So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come, oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
Oh, which side are you on? Which side? worthwhile tale of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? When the people's will is swayed by a conman's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone again. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Riverboat Jack. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
This is what we're dealing with on the ground. All over. That's right. Actually, I'm very respectful. And you're not respectful at all in any way. I just want to ask, do you believe in illegal immigration? Do you think U.S. taxpayers should be funding housing for illegals and medical care?
Smart man. He is so intelligent. This man, he's got nothing to say. He's got nothing to say.
I got a lot to say.
He's a big man.
Now,
He's a big man.
now I'm a Nazi.
What a big man.
This is what we're dealing with on the ground.
All
over.
Classes
That's right.
that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you. It's your bitches.
Right here.
You heard it from me.
Oh, white supremacists.
That's right.
Brown people.
I hope You can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you.
I do want to say, one complaint about the fit, if he wanted to modernize it, which, why would he take notes from me? But if he wanted to modernize it, the wide pant leg look would really complement the puffiness of this coat. I think he would kill it. I think he'd fucking kill it. But yeah, what a goddamn king. Also, I wanted to include the audio of this absolute queen just shouting down a Real America's Voice correspondent who showed up in maybe Powderhorn Park here in Minneapolis, and just look at this.
This is what we're dealing with on the ground,
Yup.
all over. That's right.
Badass.
Actually, I'm very respectful.
He's a badass.
And you're not respectful.
He's a
at all
badass
anyway.
big man. He's a badass.
I just want to ask,
Badass
do you
big
believe in
man.
illegal immigration?
This big
Do
man.
you think
What a
U.S.
big
taxpayers
man.
should be funding
What a
housing for
scary
illegals
man.
and
What
medical
a
care?
smart man. He is so intelligent. This man, he's got nothing to say.
What a
He's got
smart
nothing to
man.
say.
I got a lot to say.
He's a big
All right, now-
man. He's a big man.
Now I'm a Nazi.
What a big man.
This is what we're dealing with on the ground.
Also, I love everything
Hang in
about
there,
this clip.
Riverboat Gang, and you sister. We'll make it
Liliana?
through.
Liliana Young, thank you very much for being the first person to support stream tonight. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, dude showed up and is just getting absolutely wrecked. I don't even know that this lady's an old lady. I think she's just styling on him, you know? Like she's even doing like this. It's wonderful. But honestly, like, I gotta say, the absolute rage that... Wait, what's going on? Oh, to contextualize the clip here, this guy is from the conservative news outlet Real America's Voice, showed up to do a hit job on the protests against ICE, and is rightfully getting clowned on by people in Minneapolis for being a piece of shit. Except, I do appreciate the... There's a certain condescension that this woman has mastered that I think is wonderful. Yes, he does slip on the ice at the end of the clip, which is my favorite part. But, like, she's clowning on him the entire time. And I gotta tell you guys, I have never seen the conservative media space be so fucking furious about liberal white women. I have never seen them this angry about it, and it's really funny. And honestly, I encourage all of you white ladies, left of liberal and left of liberal, to continue to condescend to these people, because maybe more than calling them pussy-ass bitches, nothing quite gets under their skin like a grown-ass adult woman just condescending to them about how smart and big and talented they are. Look at you. Oh my god. I bet you get all the ladies beating these immigrants. I bet they love it when you tell them what you do. You know, like, just as an alternative style of mocking these absolute crustical clowns. You know? I think it's knowing how to talk to him like a child. Yeah, that is also part of it. You know? Be infantilizing as fuck. Enrage them beyond reason. Because, you know what? Fuck them. That's why. We're gonna watch this clip again because I want to.
All over. That's right. Actually, I'm very
big man.
respectful. And you're not respectful at all in any way. I just want to ask, do you believe in illegal immigration? Do you think U.S. taxpayers should be funding housing for illegals and medical care?
Smart man. He is so intelligent. This man, he's got nothing to say. He's got nothing to say.
I got a lot to say.
He's a big man.
Now,
He's a big man.
now I'm a Nazi.
What a big man.
What we're dealing-
He just slips at the end. Fuck him. Ugh, God, it's wonderful. That's a beautiful song. Yeah, hey, Jazz Dog, if you want to get on these two clips, turning them into an anti-ICE song, I would fucking love it. You know, if I can wish list different pieces of creative output from you. But, like, that combined with this...
It's your bitches.
Right here.
You heard it from me.
White supremacists.
That's right. I hope you can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you.
Fuck you. Hell yeah. Fucking verses and chorus right there. Yeah, right? Right? Alright. Just got my Adderall so I can do work now. Hell yeah, Jazz Dog. We love someone who's on their medication. Remember to take your meds, folks. And folks, hello! Hello, Zolta. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Big Bad Ardwolf. Hello, John Fallon. Hello, the Addercop. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Meghard. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't know why it's not reading off your quote. It should be, but I'll read it off. True mastery is not winning, nor winning easily, but winning while absolutely clanning on some bitch. Sun Tzu, probably. Yeah, I think I remember that in Art of War. You know, I think it's in the Art of War and, clanning on a bitch. A lot of people don't know that there's a sequel to Art of War called The Art of War 2, Clowning on Some Bitch. It's one of his lesser known works, but, you know, I think it really holds up. Hello from North Dakota. Hello, Brandy Streams from Minnesota. Hello, how we doing, Bisbee? Hello, Zula Goetia. Hello, Spherical Man. Spherical Man does whatever a spherical man can. Hello, how we doing, Liz Galahad? Hello, anyways. So Jamie. Hello. Is that a reference to Joe Rogan? If so, I like it. Hello, Judgment Free Zone. Hello. Maybe a silly old lady, yet I stand up for quality content and applaud the hard work put into it. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. It is not easy to put together a show every damn weekday, folks. I appreciate that you guys see me. It makes me feel nice. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello. How we doing? Magical Girl Madness. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Howdy, folks. Oh, Ashley, you better let us know when it's your birthday so we can celebrate. Hello, the original clapper. Hello, Unicorn Company. Hello from Virginia. I've got family in the Twin Cities. Worry about them with all this going on. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, worry's well placed. It's really fucking scary out there. I'm holding out some hope. We'll talk about it in a bit, but the city of Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota are suing the federal government. They are seeking a temporary restraining order against the Department of Homeland Security so that all ICE operations are paused for the duration of litigation. The The judge who is overseeing that is currently deliberating on it and should have a ruling out either tomorrow or Thursday. And I'm fingers crossed, everyone, that comes through, because it'd be nice to be able to breathe safely in Minneapolis and frankly the entire state of Minnesota. It's not. I know folks have probably been really focused on Minneapolis, but it's also happening out in Mankato, which is another part of Minnesota. They're every damn place here. Any kind of even minor metropolitan area out there, they are crawling all over the place. It's truly disgusting. Yeah, St. Cloud as well. All right. Hello, Catabingo Rising Revengeance. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Paladin Lost. How you doing? Hope you're holding up all right.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins inside, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Hello, Catabingo Rising. It's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Catabingo Rising Revengeance. Happy birthday to you, and many more. There you go. Yo, Joe Cat? Yeah, we like Joe Cat around these parts.
Yeah, I just really like girls.
You know, and I don't do this often, but I bestow upon Joe Cat the honorary, the honorary queer card. You know. Joe Cat, if people want to say Joe Cat loves women too much, well, you know what? I think that qualifies. If he loves women the way that women love women, you know what? He can be one of us. He can be an honorary bisexual / lesbian / pansexual. Whatever honors he would like. Yeah, he's gay for women. Yeah. Brecco, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you so goddamn much. I am gay for my wife. I am also gay for my wife. We're not married yet, but I am very gay for my wife. All right. Hello, the Vegan Rancor. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Fixer at Home. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Bing Tarong. Hello. Hello. Bintarong, I'm sure there's a way to do it. I don't know how, but I'm sure there's a way. Hello, Gwennifer Forever. Hello, the Kitsune Cavalier. Hello, Maghar. Hello. Howdy. I'm glad you guys like it when I sing. Hello, Celestial Heart. Hello, Snark Botany. Hello, it's me, Bingo. Hello, Ivan Underground. Hello, Latzia. Hello, Red Rudy. Hello, Stop the Stupidity. Hello, Pharaxial. Hello, T-Life. Hello. How we doing, T Scoops? Hello, B Parker. Hello, Lucy Goosey. Hello, Mitchell Dunn. Hello, Dr. Sahiba. Hello, Sonnet22. Hello, Unicorn Company. I probably already said hello to you because I responded to your comment, but you know what? You get two. Hello, Black Market Tylenol Salesman. Hello, Pirate Amir. Hello, Keith Scone. Hello, Clara Mells. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Von400. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time? A salmon moose.
Hello, Samantha Buses. I feel like you're a familiar face around these parts. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Andromeda. Hello. How we all doing? Polaire. Hello, Liliana Young. Hello, Funky Gal. Hello, Samantha Maydib. Hello, Johnny Ramo. Hello, one and all. from here on out, we gotta go. We got a lot of content to talk about today. All right. Let's see. Let me think about how I'm going to frame this.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
True.
Keep fighting the good fight, team.
Guilted me into doing something after stream. Thank you, Uncle Simric. Thank you for the $5 super chat as well. And God, what? I thought I had pulled something up. Oh, I did. Awesome. We got it. Folks, before we get into it, remember, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button if you haven't yet, and do the things that help the stream, and consider monetarily supporting me as well. And here's a little song to help you remember what to do. Go, go, go! Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click Oh, hell yeah. Yo, Liliana Young, you formally filed your candidacy today. Congrats. Folks, go support Liliana Young. Running. We have an interview. Check it out over on the YouTube channel. Hell yeah. Okay. You know what? We'll start out. We'll start out with this ding dong here. Okay. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciated. And folks, we are currently sitting, just real quick before we get too deep, we are currently sitting at 490 subs out of 500. Our next goal is for Holy Mac, which is a series of comedy sketches produced by a hate group. And we'll take a look at them and make fun of them and possibly find the love of Jesus Christ along the way. It'll be a good time. They're made by the Church Militant. Also, our next goal will also be to throw in really fun anime on top of all the other things we have to do on our fun little watch long day, which will be coming soon. I need to schedule a time. Maybe I will do that this weekend. Maybe on Friday. We'll see. Oof. Folks, keep it up, girl. Us real Americans love trans women. It's true. Only real Americans love trans women. It's the way you determine who's a real American and who's a fake American. Because as we all know, fake Americans hate trans women. That is a scientific fact. Okay? If you ask someone if they love trans women and they say no, you just found yourself a fake American. It's true. Are we no true Scotsmaning inclusivity? Maybe. All right. Yeah, I remember that part in A24 Civil War. Oh, God. I stand for the flag and kneel for the cross. It's true. I'll be, folks, just a reminder, on Thursday, I will be on the transatlantic call-in show, Hackis, and, y'all should tune in. It's gonna be a good time. I'll be live in the afternoon. If you ever
Hiya,
want
might
to
be
see
a
me
bit
be
of
a
a ghost
daywalker.
for a while. Mental health not exactly rocking right now, and I've watched way too much ice violence. Appreciate ya.
You know what, Paladin, totally understandable. Thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I love that. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Please take care of yourself, because, like, fuck, guys, it's rough. It is rough out there at the moment. Like, yeah, you got Clarice subscribed. I've told all Americans to support trans rights and transatlantic flights. True. True. Thank you for being a member. But yeah, I do want to, on all of that note, please take it easy, folks. If you're doom scrolling and just looking at stuff and focusing on what is happening elsewhere, and there's no actionable thing you can do, maybe take a break. Like, take a break, maybe do a puzzle, watch some nature documentaries, you know, like, go for a walk, work out, play with the dog, like, do something that grounds you in, like, your immediate surroundings and what you can do in the immediate area, you know? Because sometimes we get just absolutely decimated by things so far out of our control, you know? Wait, Paladin, what is the first username name? I'm fine with the admin one because they're not colored as admin. I think it's funny. But the other one, I'm not sure what that is. As someone in Minneapolis, please read the Ken Klippenstein's article yesterday. ICE is afraid. True! We talked about that yesterday, and yeah, as also someone in Minneapolis, it was helpful to know that at the very least, us yelling at them is, you know, doing something. All right, I'll trust.
Christy Gnomes.
Oh God.
Uplifting news.
I'll trust you on that one. I have no idea what that means. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated as well. And uplifting news. I can't wait to see what this pun is going to be. Wait a minute. Maybe this isn't a pun. Maybe this is genuinely uplifting news.
AI is mapping the explosive growth of data centers across
hell
the
yeah, I
US
talked
using
about
open
Epic
source
AI.
satellite imagery. They analyze building
Hell yeah, I talked about this effort just a few days ago. This is great. I you know, they're tracking all AI data centers that are either being built publicly or in secret.
permits and public findings to uncover details companies often keep private, from construction costs to power consumption to ownership. One of the biggest clues is cooling equipment. Modern AI data centers generate so much heat that cooling systems spill outside the building, onto the roof and surrounding grounds. By counting industrial chillers and analyzing their
Don't
size,
give up. Take care of yourself and keep being you.
Oh, hell yeah. Incident, thank you very much for the $10 dono. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. And I won't. Don't, you know, I'm not going anywhere. You know, ICE will have to drag me away.
Researchers can estimate how much power a facility consumes. The research reveals how fast this industry is moving. xAI's Colossus data center was built in just 122 days, despite contractors saying it would take 2 years. Now, xAI is following up with Colossus 2. To power these sites, xAI made the unusual choice to install dozens of natural gas turbines across the state border of Mississippi. This move likely allowed them to secure faster operating approvals while bypassing the strained Memphis grid. On the other hand, OpenAI's Project Ludicrous, which is a flagship of their $500 billion Stargate initiative, sits on 875 acres in Abilene, Texas. That's equivalent to roughly 663 American football fields.
God, I hate these companies so goddamn much. I hate them. Like, there's no redeeming value to any of these. Bin Tarung, are you also in Minneapolis? Hope you're all right. Stay safe. Okay, so folks, we need to talk about some of the ongoing activities in the area. All right, y'all all right? Y'all ready? Y'all ready to do some content? I don't mean to change the subject, but why is there a lack of Marxist critique of China's ultranationalist and hegemonic nature? Every time I bring it up, I get called a fascist. Mind you, I'm a socialist myself.
Even the tech bros are anti-ice. Their data centers will cook the world until all water cannot be solid.
True. Finally, a technology that we can all get behind. Nipple Crusher, I think that generally it's because a lot of folks suffer from American diabolism, which, let's be 100% correct here, is correct like 95% of the time, largely because America is a superpower that is doing immense amounts of evil, both domestically and internationally. And I think that largely the reason a lot of leftists give it a pass is because they just don't know that much about China, and or they view America as a much bigger threat. So I think that generally is kind of how it boils down if I were to oversimplify a lot of different things. I'm not one of those socialists that is going to go to bat for China, largely because I believe that any kind of communism or socialism is predicated on democracy and democratic ownership, and authoritarianism like flies in the face of all of that. I also think a lot of state ownership can potentially fly in the face of that, but definitely in the case of China. That's my general stance on it. I can't speak to what other people are saying in other chats. Yeah. Let's see. You're the first person to agree with me. I have no love for any authoritarians anywhere. But let's move into content, folks. Love from St. Louis Park, hang in there, friend. Hey, Korik Losek. Solidarity. I live pretty close by to you, so hope you're staying safe too. And thank you for the $2 super chat. All right, folks. Let's go into our first segment. So, folks, I have some news for you today, which is that, well, it finally happened. Scott Adams, the creator of Dilbert, noted white nationalist and Holocaust denier, has passed off this mortal coil. I know, it's a sad day. Never again will you see an original Dilbert. Never again will you see an original Dogbert or Catbert. Never again will you possibly see the resurgence of the dill burrito under its original creator. And as we all know, the dill burrito was an excellent creation that gave you all of your vitamins and minerals that you needed to live. That tasted
My
like
blessings
ass.
to y'all. Keep up the fight. Humanity is borderless. Trump knows nothing.
It's true. Trump doesn't know the gift of the dill burrito. And if you guys are thinking, Jack, what are you talking about? Scott Adams literally tried to launch a line of god-awful frozen burritos called the dill burrito. And they were so foul that even he thought they were awful. And I think that's great. And I do want to say, fortunately, you will all be able to still see an original creation of mine called the Dill Dog. Now, you might be confused about what the Dill Dog is, and basically, Scott Adams, when he originally conceived of Dilbert's dog, Dogbert, thought it might be a good idea to call him Dill Dog. He abandoned that idea, which means it's up for grabs, and we have turned Dill Dog into a fun emote in our chat for always to remember the possibilities of what could have been. Now, I do want to say, let's all take a moment to really hammer home what matters here, okay?
He's in his own forever dill burrito 6 feet under.
Truly, his body will become a dill burrito, giving the earth all of the nutrients it needs to continue to flourish and survive. Akumi, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But let's talk about something that a lot of folks don't know. Dave Rubin and Scott Adams were apparently just great buddies. And Dave Rubin took to the Rubin Report today to talk about how Scott Adams helped him through a hard time. Let's just take a look at Dave Rubin paying tribute to someone who really helped him out.
I want to touch on up top. This broke about 10 minutes ago. My friend and former multiple-time guest on the show.
Dill Dog is up for grabs. Take my money.
Oh, God. Dill Dog will live on long beyond Scott Adams. And I love that for us.
Scott Adams has passed away. Scott Adams, of course, the creator of Dilbert. He has become, I would say, a huge voice of reason in this space over the last couple of years. We've done many.
A huge voice of reason in this space. Let me just.
He needs the Pringles founder treatment, and he must be mummified with unfunny comics and buried in a giant dill burrito.
Let's see. You know, just throwing this up there. If you Google Scott Adams Holocaust, Politico in his obituary includes this. He attracted attention for controversial comments, saying in 2011 that women are treated differently by society for the same reason children are, for the same reason as children and the mentally disabled. It's just easier this way for everyone. Just real quick. He was a voice of reason, everyone, who believed women should be treated as if they were mentally children or damaged, defective in his idea. You know, obviously, I don't believe that about folks with mental illnesses as somebody with one. But like, Scott Adams was a hateful piece of shit. And then Politico goes on. In a blog post from 2006, he questioned the death toll of the Holocaust. Just letting you guys know that Dave Rubin, who is Jewish, I believe. I might be wrong about that. I believe Dave Rubin is Jewish, right? is here talking about how a Holocaust denier is a voice for reason in this space. So, you know, never forget Scott Adams wrote a long screed about how his stepson deserved to die. Yes. Again, Scott Adams really had a hate boner for, well, women, children, and the mentally disabled, as well as the Jews. So, you know, like, he, was not a great dude. But, yeah, tell us how he was so reasonable, Dave.
Many shows together. I think the one on your lower left-hand side was the first time we sat down together. That's in 2017. I think the top one's probably around 2020. And then the other one's from maybe two or so years ago. Scott and I text all the time and talked all the time. We just spoke a couple weeks ago to see if there was anything I could do. You know, he lived an incredible life, this guy, and really, he was a master at framing. You know, I'm always talking about the narrative here and the signal, and he was really a master of framing stories and how do you think about things differently and how do you influence people and how do you make arguments. And I really, really enjoyed becoming friends with him and talking about all sorts of things on the show with him. And I do want to mention one thing, which I don't know that I've ever even said publicly, but when we started Locals years ago,
I do want to say, for those asking, like, what did he say about his stepson? Scott Adams' stepson died of a fentanyl overdose. And I believe he died, like, 2016, 2017, 2018, somewhere in there. And, like, he then went on several years later to write about how the problem of fentanyl overdoses is the same problem as mass shootings, and to say that families that have a dangerous young man in them have two options, which is either watch people die or kill your own son. That's what he wrote about his stepson. He literally advocated for killing your child. Pardon? Yeah, no, like, I'm not I'm not kidding on that one. It's some wild shit. Ugh, Los Angeles Times has a piece on it. Here we go. Here's the Independent. Boop. Dilbert creator sparks outrage for saying you should kill your own son if he's a danger to others. Scott Adams, creator of Dilbert Comics, has received a serious backlash for suggesting that you should kill your own son if he is a danger to himself and others. Oh, you have suicidal ideation, Timmy? Let me show you something out behind the shed. Is genuinely his take on it. Like, when I say that this guy was, like, an absolutely insane bastard, I want you guys to understand that Scott Adams did not stand for rational discourse whatsoever. Like, he was, absolutely wild in life. Did he kill his son? As far as I know, no. His son died of an overdose of fentanyl. But, you know, like, obviously, what an absolutely heinous response. And by the way, this was in the aftermath of a mass shooting. So he was blaming the parents of the mass shooter for not killing their own son and connecting it to his son, and essentially saying he should have killed his own stepson. Like, I can't emphasize enough that this guy was not an exemplar of rational discourse. Anyway, back to Dave Rubin, a very smart man.
We didn't know what we were doing. We were a little startup. Like, I had no idea what we were doing. We kind of built a subscription platform for me, and then we were like, I don't know, maybe some other people will like it. I called Scott. I told him what we were doing because he was very much in the free speech fight with us. And he immediately said, Dave, I want to try this. Let me see what I can do. He loved it from the get-go. He became an investor in Locals, and he was a trusted advisor for me. When he offered money, I was like, to invest in the company, I was like, I don't even know what to do with it. Like he was just great all around. And
thanks, Scott Adams. Thanks for funding Dave Rubin. You really helped us all out. What would we ever do without Dave Rubin doing the absolute bare minimum to keep his grift going?
I really appreciated knowing him. And Scott, I know you were up there doing some seriously interesting stuff these days. And
Dave, do you really think that the guy who advocated for killing children is up there? Do you really think that, Dave?
I'm Dave Rubin. I'm friends with everyone who hates me for who I am and who I love.
You know, it's true. I just, like, I think it was Jesus that said, whatever happens to the least of these, they had it coming, those little bitches. It's true. If you want to get into the gates of heaven, you better yeet these little guys into the sun. Get to it, humanity. Direct quote from the Bible. So Dave's studio is under hell. That's the only explanation, really.
you've got good company because it's been quite a year. Charlie's up there too. And, even some people that we haven't lost but are kind of MIA at the moment. It's been a weird time for trusted.
What? Dave, I don't think that's how heaven works. I don't think you get into heaven while you're still alive. I don't think that's how that typically works. What? Dave. What? Yeah, is he talking about someone who's riding the line between life and death, like some kind of I don't know, Jordan Peterson just riding that line? I think they made like a movie about that called like Deadline or something. I don't remember what it's called. You didn't see the Christianity patch notes? They changed how getting into heaven works? Whoa, that's huge. I better download. Peterson would be a lich, wouldn't he? Yeah, ever since he came back from Russia, he was changed somehow. Almost like he was too stretched over his skeleton. Almost like he could manipulate the powers of death itself. Anyway.
Voices, as I mentioned on the show a couple weeks ago. We lost Charlie. Jordan Peterson has been quite ill. Dennis Prager took a spill, and he's largely been MIA.
So are you also saying that basically Dennis Prager is half in heaven because he's paralyzed? Dave? That's not how that works, Dave.
Now we've lost Scott, and I suppose that makes it a little more incumbent on guys like me to try to make some sense. Here's a quick video of Scott because he literally live streamed until the end. It was just incredible strength. He went into hospice a couple days ago, but this is from.
It was just some incredible strength. He was talking about how people need to go and investigate the death camps and how the death toll of the Holocaust wasn't right. He just incredible strength. What a trooper. A real SS trooper,
About a week ago.
So you're going to hear for the first time today that it is my plan to convert. So I still have time, but my understanding is you're never too late. And on top of that, any skepticism I have about reality would certainly be instantly answered if I wake up in heaven. I do believe that
Wow, what brilliant insight. Oh man, if you died and suddenly woke up in heaven, you'd believe in heaven? Wow. Anyway, also, just want to let you guys know, he publicly tweeted at Donald Trump, and Donald Trump responded that he was on it. He was gonna save Scott Adams' life. And I just have to say, Trump, what happened? Trump! Trump, what happened? You didn't save him. Did you forget? What? Did Trump kill him? Did he know about the Epstein files? Yeah, the card declined. Trump was gonna, but then, there was a $5 cab fare to pay, and it just got too complicated. Oh shit, they forgot to plug in the med bed. Oh god.
Dominant Christian theory is that I would wake up in heaven if I have a good life. Yeah, I don't necessarily have to, state something in advance. And so, to my Christian friends, yes, it's coming. So you don't need to talk me into it. I am now convinced that the risk reward is completely smart. If it turns out that there's nothing there, I've lost nothing. But I've respected your wishes, and I like doing that.
Wait, that doesn't really count. Wait a minute. Just historically, Pascal's wager that's not an actual conversion though. Saying, well, if I've lost nothing, that's not like an actual, that's actually not faith. That's just being peer pressured at the very end of your life, I guess. But all right. Yeah, he's pulling the Voltaire card. God, can we? Here we go. I found it. There we go. Awesome.
It turns out there is something there, and the Christian model is the closest to it. I win. So, with your permission, I promise you that I will convert.
Well, I hope he had time to do that. I don't know for sure, but it's interesting. This is a guy who was a non-believer his entire life.
Yeah, and also a Holocaust denier, and also a guy who advocated in the killing of children, and also who lived in a house shaped like Dilbert, which sounds like I'm making a joke, but he, honest to God, built a house shaped like fucking Dilbert. So, that's a thing.
And there he is, knowing the end is near, and talking about risk reward as it relates to that. And maybe we could all do a little more of that these days. It's like there's a logical part of our mind, and then there's the spiritual part of our heart, and trying to figure out where those two.
God, has Dave converted to Catholicism yet? Hey, all of the bits and pieces are here. Is Dave going to convert to Catholicism as part of his grift? I'm guessing potentially before the year is out. This is, I guess, one of my other year predictions. Before the year is out, Dave Rubin does a faux conversion to Catholicism. Wait, is he already Catholic? I thought he was Jewish. Isn't Dave Rubin married to his partner? Yeah, but you can be like a Catholic and gay. That's a thing. The Catholic Church wouldn't recognize their marriage, but he's Christian? Is he really? Wait, when did he convert? All right, whatever. I don't really care. Yeah, unfortunately, it's too bad. Scott Adams taken from us too soon. To reiterate what Salmon Moose said, I guess they didn't plug in the med beds.
Breaking now. President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first medbed hospitals and a national medbed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own medbed card. With it, you'll have guaranteed access to our new hospitals led by the top doctors in the nation, equipped with the most advanced technology in the world. These facilities are safe, modern, and designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength. This is the beginning of a new era in American healthcare.
In this first phase, only a...
Wait, is this real? No! God, well, what is real is that Donald Trump shared this video unironically on his Truth Social. The content of the video is absolute horse shit insanity.
Limited number of MedBed cards will be released. Registration details will be announced very soon. Breaking.
Like, Trump, honest to God, shared this, again, because he has a soup brain. And yes, it is AI generated. Do all dildogs go to heaven? Now that's finally someone in chat is asking the real question. And the answer is eventually. You see, each subsequent dildog gets taller and taller. It's kind of part of their natural life cycle. And eventually, one will get so tall that it enters heaven. I don't make the rules, but that's how it be. All the other ones, straight to hell. Barring, of course, some kind of, divine Tower of Babel type intervention, I suppose. Anyway, rest in piss, Scott Adams. The world is better off. Fuck you, and fuck everyone who covers for you. And the piece of shit you were in life. Folks, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, drop a comment, and please make it longer than 8 words, because apparently the algorithm likes that. And, yeah, I have no respect and no patience for someone who was actively supporting white nationalism and Nazism in life. And I'm not going to pretend to be sad. I'm not going to pay respects, and neither should you. And let's keep on going, folks. Organize with your local Dems. Organize with your local DSA. If you need help, join the Discord. Reach out to GamerG for DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with Dems. And last but certainly not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going, folks. Done. Whew! Hopefully the Get Fuzzy guy is cool. I hope so too. I really liked Get Fuzzy. You know? Get Fuzzy was fun. Luckily, we all know that the Calvin and Hobbes guy is cool. I used to like Dilbert in the 90s and early 2000s. As a kid, I read like the comic section of the newspaper religiously. I liked
Jack,
Dilbert.
I've been wanting to create this movement for years in response to all the MAGA red hats. You all got me motivated to finally do it. I launched the movement the other day. YellowWhatClub.com.
Cool. Best of luck to you. Thank you for the $5 dono. All right. Let's see. Need to update the sub count. Ooh. Let's see. There we go. I'm tired, boss. Why? That was a fun segment. It was a fun segment. We're good. We're good. We're gonna get to the tiring segment in a little bit. But like, we're having fun right now. All right. Folks, just real quick, I wanted to share with you that Donald Trump might be really worried about the Epstein files to this day, despite the fact that all of the news is absolutely bonkers. You know, he's talking about bombing Venezuela. He's talking about bombing Iran. He's talking about starting World War III by invading Greenland. You know, he's throwing a lot of stuff out the door right now. But also, he does seem to have a bit of a sore spot here. Here is some footage obtained by TMZ of Donald Trump at a Michigan auto plant, and I think you're all going to appreciate it. Now, I don't know, it is hard to make out here, but I want y'all to know that in this clip, a guy who works at the auto plant yells pedophile protector at him. And in response, Donald Trump stops, looks at him, and says, fuck you, and then continues to walk, says fuck you again, and then as he continues to walk away, flips him off. And I think perhaps a tender spot was hit. I think, you know, she doth protest too much, methinks, as the Shakespeare goes. And yeah, I think that's pretty funny. Let's just watch it one more time. I think perhaps this might reveal a glaring weakness that he has. Fuck you, fuck you. Flip. Also, shout out to the person in that clip who wooed afterwards. Like, look, you have to be pretty concretely, you know, based in your current situation to just woo after someone shouts pedophile protector, because that could go very wrong if people don't understand what you're wooing about. All right? But that clearly landed on the president, and you know what? For me, I think it kind of indicates that he might, you know, guys, he might be in the Epstein files. He might, you know, the guy who is best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for like over a decade, and whose resort was told to treat him like a member and sent girls to Epstein's house. And all of the workers knew that Epstein was like sexually harassing and assaulting the way that like the people sent over there. And everyone around them was involved in this. I think maybe this guy might be hiding some things, especially considering he signed into law that the DOJ has to release all of the Epstein files, and the Epstein files, you know, a month after they were supposed to be released, still have not materialized, and we have less than 1% of the total number of Epstein files. Just kind of seems like maybe this guy might be heavily implicated. But what do I know? I'm just a humble country streamer. All right, folks, let me know what you think in the comments. Do the things to help the channel grow. Share it around, and yeah, comments longer than 8 words apparently help in the algorithm. So do the things and get organized with your local Dems. Get organized with your local DSA. If you need help, join the Discord and check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Gender euphoric lingerie designed for trans femmes. Check it out. And let's keep on going. Whew. Now you a city gal? I do live in a city, but like I ever since Rudy Giuliani said that he was a humble country lawyer, I've thought that line has been I think that line is just so goddamn funny that I appropriated it for myself. I'm just a humble country streamer. Jimmy Snowraid, hey Jimmy, welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, folks. Welcome, welcome. What a weak finger. He can't even stick the whole thing up. Look, he's tired. He's been shaking hands all day, guys. You all think he's just old and infirm. No, he's just shaking so many hands. One could say he's getting a lot of hand jobs. I'm a humble country hooker. You gotta say it in the Foghorn Leghorn voice. I am a humble country streamer. I gotta be careful with the Foghorn Leghorn. I feel like it might veer into some uncomfortable territory. Do blood thinners sap your strength? They should, right? I mean, I don't think so. I think they just prevent coagulation. Whew. What is it from? He said this, right? Yeah, no, okay, I was right. All right. Here's an article from 2019. 24 hours in the Rudy zone. All the totally incoherent, self-incriminating things Trump's lawyer said in the last day. Let's see. I'm a pretty good lawyer. Just a country lawyer, but it's all here. Right here. Yeah. Humble country lawyer. God. I'm just a country streamer. Alright, good night, Liliana Young. Alright. Let's keep on going, folks. We got stuff to talk about today. Here we go. Whew. Okay. Good evening, a Clark Vibe. Folks, also, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the stream, consider supporting it with likes on the stream or even your dollary dues, the sweet, sweet monies that keep me alive. Please consider supporting the show. And also, folks, we're about to get into a new segment. Let's go. So, folks, I gotta say, you know, the president of the United States might have some brain damage going on. And I don't know if that brain damage is due to the slow and inevitable onset of dementia. I don't know if it is due to some kind of injury or illness. I don't know what's causing it. But I do know that Donald Trump seems to have forgotten that we already bombed Venezuela, because earlier today he talked about how we need to bomb Venezuela. So let's just take a look at that real quick.
We hit them with the same missile that we used to hit the drug dealers coming in with the boats. You know, we have drugs coming in by sea down 97%. You've seen that? And we're trying we're really trying hard to find out who the hell is the other 3%. But we have them down 97%. And we're going to start hitting them by land, too. The hard part is done.
We're going to start hitting them by land. Was putting special forces on the ground and bombing their capital city not hitting them on land, man?
See, nobody's coming. It hasn't been great for the fishing industry, however. Those
Ha 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 ha! Yeah, we're just killing. We were killing fishermen. Isn't that great? Ha 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 ha! Don't you love it? Hey, Americans, don't you love that we're just murdering civilians and they can't do simple things like fish for their sustenance and their job? Ha 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 ha! What a great joke, sir.
That have a fishing boat, they're having a hard time getting customers, but you can't have everything. Nobody wants to go on boats.
You can't have everything like sea access or boats. No, you can't have those luxuries. What are we, made of diamonds? No.
Nobody wants to go like 25 miles an hour. When you see a boat with 5 engines on the back of it going 65 miles an hour, and it's loaded up with hundreds of bags that you see cellophane with white, typically it's not fishing. We hit them with this.
Yeah, you know, but maybe sometimes it is, though. Or maybe sometimes it's none of your business if they're fishing or doing other things. Like, either way, you can't, like, even if they are drug dealers, you can't just kill them. And you especially can't kill them with aircraft specifically made up to look like civilian aircraft, which is what the United States has been doing. Just the other day, it was confirmed that the United States has been bombing some of these boats with aircraft made up to look like civilian craft, which, want to let you all know, again, talked about this already, that is actually a war crime called perfidy. It is one of the worst ones because it means that you can no longer trust any kind of civilian intervention whatsoever. In fact, it is such a war crime that not only is it an international war crime, it is a war crime by the standards of the US law. And I know that the United States usually passes off a lot of different kinds of war crimes and doesn't do anything. It might not do anything under Pete Hegseth, but that is actually a really severe war crime. Anyone involved in that operation should be court-martialed and spend time in prison. Minimum. Like, the reason in the second pass, like, remember members of Congress saw the video from this? And they said, well, there were actually multiple survivors of the first strike, and then they were waving at the aircraft afterwards. It's because the aircraft was made up to look like a civilian aircraft. So they thought they were waving down someone who could actually help them. And instead, we fucking killed them. Which is definitionally a war crime on several different levels. And so, like, I just want you all to know, we're absolutely on, like, almost, not even almost, every single level, the bad guys here. And I just want you all to know, it's insane. It is... There's no, it's almost like there's no civilian oversight or no, like, no one at in the US military who's actually taking a look at, hey, how is this going to harm civilians? Which brings us into the second part of this story, which is that under Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, we got rid of everyone that was in charge of quantifying the harm to civilians. So, you know how there were people at the Pentagon who were saying, hey, you don't do X, Y, or Z because it will kill, you know, A number of civilians, B number of civilians, C number of civilians. All those people who made calculations about civilians being harmed or killed are gone now. Like, there was no oversight of this during the Venezuela operation to oust Nicolas Maduro. Which is why, again, a number of civilians were killed in that attack. And also why the death count of civilians wasn't released by the United States. It had to be released by Venezuela. And that is because the United States got rid of all of the people whose job it was to keep track of that. It's unbelievably disgusting. After the US attacked Venezuela in Operation Absolute Resolve on January 3rd, UK-based watchdog group Air Wars attempted to submit documentation of civilian casualties to Southcom, which oversees military actions in Latin America, then soon learned that Southcom has no mechanism for submitting these reports. After reaching out to the Pentagon, Air Wars was told to submit documentation to its Civilian Protection Center of Excellence, which is operated by the War Secretary and was established to help limit unintended civilian deaths. Air Wars began sending reports of civilian harm incidents on Monday. A few days after the strikes, the Department of Defense Civilian Protection Center of Excellence team reached out to us to understand if we had been documenting civilian harm from U.S. actions, said Emily Tripp, the executive director of Air Wars. Until Southcom establishes their own mechanism, as CENTCOM and AFRICOM have, We will be submitting cases directly to the Center of Excellence after we publish them. Yeah. Which basically means right now, the only people quantifying civilian harm for any military operations done in Latin America is a third-party UK watchdog group. And no one actually in the US government is quantifying it. And I want to stress here that they're not quantifying it so that they can pretend as if those deaths never happened. It's a PR move. Yeah, I mean, it's basically what Donald Trump did during COVID, where like, oh, just stop the testing. Stop all the testing, then you can claim there are no COVID cases. Like that's his strategy, but for murdering people with bombs. So that's the current state of things related to our soup-brained president, and also how we're conducting military affairs in Venezuela and Latin America broadly. It's genuinely terrifying. I encourage you all to read this piece by The Intercept. Just excellent reporting. Folks, check it out. And also just, I don't know how to really process that our president has already forgotten that we bombed and sent troops into Venezuela. We're in kind of we're in a hell world of our own making, and we need to like step up and fix it here, fellow Americans. So if you are interested in getting organized and doing something about this, join your local Dems, radicalize them, join your local DSA, make it more effective. If you need help doing either of those things, join our Discord and reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Together, we can radicalize folks and move forward towards a better future. We don't have to put up with this bullshit. We don't have to just take it as for granted that the president is just gonna just forget about it, the invasions and bombings he's already done. We don't have to take it for granted that those invasions and bombings even have to happen in the first place. So get organized. We need to get organized right now, folks. It needs to be quick. So we're going into the midterms. Let's hit the ground running. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. Link down in the description. Makes everybody look fine. And you know what? I'm wearing mine today, and I think it works out great for me. So check it out, folks. And with that, let's keep on going. Whew! We did it. Another segment down, folks. Absolutely no animal testing. True. 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 RS DeMarco, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much for the financial support. George W. Bush put a lot of things into motion after 9/11 that have grown into their own absolute monstrosities. We're going to be talking about one that, folks like Nixon put into motion in a little bit here, but George W. Bush did a whole shit ton of damage. Hello, True Blue. Hope you and Jimmy had a good stream. Welcome, folks. How y'all doing? Let's see. I should probably set the Riverboat stream to live. That might help. There we go. We'll be getting to some ICE discussion later on here. Hello, Chris Cummings. I'm in a goddamn desert red county. I'm a lone domestic terrorist. Nah, you aren't. Don't call yourself that. Call yourself a lone freedom fighter. It's all about the framing. Also, I guarantee you there's probably like a local Democratic Party or a local DSA that you can start organizing with. This might help? What is this? Is this real, Paladin? I genuinely can't tell if this is real or not. Oh my god. Trump Drive Energy. We are Trump Drive Energy, fueling mental clarity with every can. Combating cognitive decline and stress-related focus loss. Trump your day and boost vitality and focus with natural caffeine, B-complex vitamins, and electrolytes. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. No, it has to be real. Look at this man. Look at this man. Stellar minds that fuel Trump Drive Energy. Look at this guy. Of course he's a Trump guy. Are you kidding me? He looks tired. Yeah, is he not drinking his own product? Space Bev X? The site assets are mostly AI. Yeah, but wouldn't one just AI themselves into the helmet? Why just like do a headshot and a transparent helmet? Like, I don't get it. All right. His name is Silver Mendez? Okay, but that is a cool name though. That is a cool name though. Silver Mendez. Partners with Robert Garcia Boxing Academy. What? What the fuck? Look at these real people totally enjoying real beverages. Stay focused. Do not exceed 2 servings per day. Oh god. Space Bev X, Trump Drive Energy, and Outer World Experience and Cognitive Energy drinks are trademarks. I don't know what to say. You've really outdone yourself with the brain rot here. Silver Mendez. Oh my god, it's real. You can buy it at Walmart. Fuck me. Oh god. Here's Bev X, by the way. Bev X launched to take beverages to a new level of taste, flavor, and nutrition. Our line of energy drinks includes out-of-this-world flavors and everything your body needs to help you reach peak performance on the go. Our tequila offerings offer a new spin on a classic drink you'll find nowhere else in the galaxy. Wow. Look at all of these people, very real people, hard at work at Space Bev X. Our drinks are flying off the shelves. I bet. Holy fuck. Can we... Oh my god. I can't keep my impulse is to keep going down this rabbit hole. I can't. We have too many things to talk about, but this is incredible. Thank you. All right.
I'm
No, Paladin, I do want to do the Balaji Rudyard podcast. The city I'm in is under fucking occupation by ICE. That kind of obliterated any of my other plans that are going on right now. Would prefer the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. Ah, a chatter of taste, I see. Love me some Douglas Adams. But the Balaji Rudyard podcast, I'm sure, is top tier brain rot. Don't you worry, I haven't forgotten about it. I have it in my brain rot folder, waiting for to one day see the light. All right.
Rudyard, you run
I
a
have it right
popular
here.
YouTube channel called What If Altist.
God. Fuck me. These people are just absolute trash, man. Okay. No! Despicable. God. Jump scare. All right. Let's jump into our next one. Oh God, Rudyard. Yeah, you guys are already getting my coverage of Rudyard's Unabomber video. So, you know, we'll also do the Balaji Rudyard video. It's just gonna be a bit. Did we talk about the ice list thing? No, I've been trying to access it for all day, and I haven't been able to actually get on it yet. I keep getting 403 errors, which seems to indicate that perhaps it is not, in fact, accessible at the moment. So I'm not sure what to do about that. Ice list, yeah. We'll talk about it later, but in summary, a whistleblower leaked identifying information for like thousands of ICE agents and Border Patrol agents. I've been trying to like look at it to verify it and like see what's up. But I have not been able to get past the initial link. But if true, huge deal. Also, sorry you're blue. Thank you for being a member. Appreciated the financial support. And folks, as we go forward, our next goal here, we are 175 away from it. But when we hit that number, we will also add our fun Milky Subway, the Galactic Limited Express watch through onto our Fun Day stream. And I think that'll be really fun. Can I ask you why you like Rudyard specifically as a person of interest? Like, sure, he has some vague connection to people in power, kinda, but to me, he seems like another lunatic conservative. Because he's a lunatic conservative, but, like, it's not a vague connection to people in power. Like, for example, the show that he does with Balaji Srinivasan. Balaji Srinivasan is the guy who makes, like, who wrote The Network State, which is the ideology that is motivating people like Peter Thiel. When we talk about how Peter Thiel wants to buy Greenland, Balaji Srinivasan is like the guy who put that idea out there, and the guy who's basically going around convincing all of these billionaire shits that they need to have their own little city-state to rule over. And that's combined with people like Curtis Yarvin, who are advocating for just open, naked fascism, right? And then you also have Rudyard in there, who is, again, being used to target Gen Z conservatives. Like that is his utility. He works as essentially a onboarding ramp for folks. And so part of it is that I find him to be just fascinatingly insane. And the other part of it is that there needs to be some kind of counterbalance to the just absolute fucking lunatic things he says. And yeah. A conduit? Yeah, you could call him a conduit, I guess. So that's kind of why I'm interested in it. I also just find him funny, you know? So, like, he has a terrible understanding of history. I have, like, a rudimentary understanding of history. I minored in history in college, so I know something about history. I have a deep and abiding love and respect for it, and it's he does the entire topic dirty while acting like he knows a bunch of shit. And then he'll just be like, yeah, I read all of these Nazi philosophers and they all agree with me, and you should all like them too. Which I want to really stress here is part of how the right builds up the appearance of intellectual backing for their ideas, right? Because keep in mind, they don't have intellectual backing for their ideas. It was in the past the job of like a Ben Shapiro type to like give some legitimacy to more heinous conservative ideas. And now that has shifted from like actual argumentation to what if we just created a fantasy world where history was different? Which is essentially what Rudyard represents. And because he taps into Gen Z, and when I say this, I mean he's literally part of a Gen Z think tank funded by conservative billionaires like Peter Thiel in order to foster this exact kind of outcome. So I talk about him because he is weirdly influential due to the fact that he is a product of the funding of folks like Thiel and Balaji Srinivasan and Yarvin. So yeah, there you have it. Hell yeah, is this legit? You have a good night as well. MAGA is at some point going to push into Christian esotericism, probably around some way of making Trump either a Christ-like figure or a major saint or prophet. Yeah, I mean, like, it's already happening, right? Like, that's basically what QAnon is. QAnon was like a proto-cult. And what you're going to have here is a bunch of people who claim the mantle of Christianity while simultaneously making more and more convoluted apologia for the actions that Trump takes that get ever more and more heinous. And you're going to get folks creating justifications out of whole cloth, different aspects of world religions. And they're going to throw it in there. It's going to be kind of new age, hippy dippy bullshit. But I mean, that's basically the niche that Jordan Peterson operated in, right? And eventually it's going to give way to some truly insane people like Rudyard. Millennials and Gen Z seem to have this longing for magic to secretly be real. True. That's why a lot of folks seem to cling on to fucking Harry Potter. What was the 500 goal? The 500 goal was for Holy Mac. So right now, as it stands, the reward stream is going to include going over what if alt-hist's argument for the Unabomber. And then we're going to go into Milo Yiannopoulos being interviewed by the Church Militant, followed by a watch through of Holy Mac, the Church Militant's comedy sketch group. And then if we reach this new goal, we'll also watch through a fun YouTube anime created by one guy, which is pretty cool. Whew. There you go, folks. Oh, default X is the info already gone? Hey, Bino the Amoeba. Are we watching Happy Science anime? No, we're gonna watch an actually good anime. Plus, I don't know if do we have maybe like 1 or 2 more Happy Science animes to watch through. No, it's the Galactic Milky Subway, Limited Express. It's cool. It's cool shit. I want a better trailer though. Here. Here.
私はマキナ、千春のせいで犯罪者にされたサイボーグ。私は千春、マキナの暴走に巻き込まれた悲劇のヒロイン。巻き込まれたがおかしいわ。原因作ったの C なんだから被害者みたいな言い方。私は良子、クソガキ2人の子守りをさせられている悲しい子に。暴言吐かれたわ、警察に。はい、もううるさい。最後まとめて。新番組、銀河特急ミルキーサブウェイ。銀河の果てまで出発進行。いや、涼子ちゃんも言ってよ。やだよ、そんなの恥ずかしい。涼子ちゃんが知らない恥ずかしいセリフ。
I haven't been able to find the dub. So, if there is a dub, I haven't found it. Is this anime? Yes. Whew. There you go. It looks like bad 2000s animation? No, it doesn't. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you being so for real right now? Just real quick here. Are you being so for real right now? It is 3D animation. But it's not on this level. Come on. Now, don't get me wrong, Code Lyoko was great animation for, like, 2000. Oof. Can we do a reboot? Look, maybe. No promises. Folks, consider supporting the stream. Let's keep on going. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Let's jump into it. Now you all know the stakes, though. There you go. Boop, 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 boop. Here y'all go. I just think this is great. Folks, it appears that Mary Peltola is going to be running in Alaska again for a statewide race. I think she's got a really good shot. Here she is announcing.
I'm Mary Peltola, and I'd like to share why I've made the decision to run for U.S. Senate.
Let's go!
I grew up on the Kuskokwim River, salmon fishing with my father. Buzzy and I raised our 7 kids in Alaska and spent long summer days at fish camp. Life is difficult here, and we know that we have to take care of each other. DC people were shocked that I prioritized going back to Alaska in July to help put up fish for our family, but Alaskans understand. Growing up, Alaska was a place of abundance. Now we have scarcity. The salmon, large game, and migratory birds that used to fill our freezers are harder to find. So we buy more groceries with crushing prices. It's not just that politicians in DC don't care that we're paying $17 a gallon for milk in rural Alaska. They don't even believe us. They're more focused on their stock portfolios than our bank accounts. When they actually work together on something, it's usually to help themselves. Our delegation used to stand up to their party and put Alaska first. Ted Stevens and Don Young ignored lower 48 partisanship to fight for things like public media and disaster relief because Alaska depends on them. My agenda for Alaska will always be fish, family, and freedom. But our future also depends on fixing the rigged system in DC that's shutting down Alaska while politicians feather their own nest. DC people will be pissed that I'm focusing on their self-dealing and sharing what I've seen firsthand. They're going to complain that I'm proposing term limits. But it's time. Systemic change is the only way to bring down grocery costs, save our fisheries, lower energy prices, and build new housing Alaskans can afford. No one from the lower 48 is coming to save us, but I know this in my bones. There's no group of people more ready to save ourselves than Alaskans. Ted Stevens often said, "To hell with politics, put Alaska first." It's about time Alaskans teach the rest of the country what Alaska first and really America first looks like.
So, the reason this is a big deal is that Mary Peltola, number one, first Indigenous member of Congress, which is pretty cool. Well, wait, first Alaska Native member of Congress. There may have been other Indigenous members of Congress before her. But from Alaska, she's the first. And the reason she's a big deal is that she is a Democrat who can win in Alaska. She was able to defeat Sarah Palin, and like it was a huge upset. It was a really big deal when she won in 2022. And now she is going from running for U.S. House of Representatives to running for U.S. Senate, which would mean that she could again help flip the Senate. First Nation or Inuit? I don't know. She's a member of the and I'll probably screw this up. Apologies. Orutsararmut Traditional Native Council, which is apparently the largest tribe in Bethel, Alaska. So, hopefully that helps answer that question. So this is a big deal. There aren't that many people in the Democratic stable in Alaska that are really considered capable of winning a statewide election. Alaska has traditionally been very deeply red. And if she is able to flip a Senate seat from red to blue, that is a very big deal. And I do want to say, like, I'm not super excited about the kind of Democrat she is, largely because she was one of the co-chairs of the Blue Dog Democrat Coalition, which is essentially the conservative wing of the Democrats. But that being said, if it's either a conservative Dem or an outright conservative who's willing to kowtow to a fascist, I guess I'll take the conservative Dem. You know, baby steps in the right direction and all that. So it's a really good thing that she's running in the Senate. There aren't a ton of options, and when it comes to Alaska, this is good. This is situationally good. And I'm pretty excited about it. But you can notice a number of things in this ad where she talks about I'll always be, you know, Alaska first and really America first. It's because she's making that appeal to the swing voters who went her way when she had that upset in 2022. She's going to tack more conservative than many of us would like, but that is probably a core component of her strategy. Have I talked about Ashley St. Clair news? Yes. I talked about it yesterday. But yeah, I think overall this is good. And, you know, we might have to like throw down in the Senate. We might have to put pressure on our elected officials in the Senate, but that is kind of the nature of politics. I want to get us as close to a winning coalition as we can get in the Senate, and if this is a step in that direction, so be it. So, all that being said, folks, this is good. Not thrilled about the conservative nature of this Democratic campaign or the future of that Democratic outcome if she does win, but you know what? It's better than what we got. And right now, every step we take into the future needs to be better than what came before. So, until we have something better than Mary Peltola, let's keep on going. Whoo! The midterms are gonna be wild, folks. So we need to get organized now. And if you want more progressives to come out of Alaska, you gotta get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Get organized. Show up at meetings. Do the shit. If you need help, join the Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. Let's make this all happen, folks. And also, if you have already gotten started that with your local DSA or your local Dems, do like check in back in the Discord and try and help folks who are also trying to make that same journey. We're all in this together and we can all help each other out and make it easier. That being said, folks, get organized and hit that like button and leave a comment if you got anything out of this. Comments apparently longer than 8 words help in the algorithm. So do that if you would like to. And subscribe, follow, do the things, consider financially supporting the stream, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It fits beautifully and is just unapologetically femme. It's lovely. Anyone who wants to feel femme, try it out. So, all that being said, link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. So, Psycho Salad, the long and short of it, first of all, thank you for the $5 super chat. Long and short of my feelings are, if somebody has turned over a new leaf, I want to see action, especially if they have openly advocated against people like me. And, like, a perfect action that she could take to show that she is genuine would be to not continue to sell the transphobic children's book that she wrote. You know? Like, if you have published a transphobic children's book and you're trying to say, no, everyone, I'm not a transphobe anymore, then maybe you shouldn't continue to sell the transphobic children's book. Until that happens, I'm not going to believe any fucking thing you say when it comes to your personal stance on trans people. So, that's my 2 cents. Who are we talking about? I did this segment yesterday. We're not doing it again. We're not doing it again. Ashley St. Clair. There's a segment on my YouTube already. You can go watch that. If any better Dems want to challenge her nomination, I would support a more progressive senator. Absolutely, I would support a more progressive senator. But I don't know that she has any, like, comparable challenger. And that's kind of the thing. Didn't she say today that she's taking her name off the book? That doesn't mean shit to me. Like, okay. Hey, if I write a book about how, like, I don't know, insert minority group is evil, and then I'm like, wait, guys, I don't think they're evil anymore. I'm going to take my name off the book. There, that fixes it, right? Like, clearly it doesn't fix the problem of the book existing in the first place. Like, get it pulled. God, don't get fucking suckered. Guys. Don't be fucking suckered by this shit. Somebody sat down and wrote a book for children about how people like me don't deserve to be treated like everyone else. And you're gonna be like, oh, well, she tweeted about it, so she's clearly genuine. Like, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. Anyway, is Kat Abu Ghazaleh cool with you? Yeah, Kat Abu Ghazaleh is cool as fuck. I've had some limited interactions with her in the past, like privately, and she's cool as hell, and massive respect to her and what she's doing, standing up to the Trump administration. Now, Velvet, you're all good. You're all good. Yeah, Psycho Salad, that was basically my take. My take was essentially, I need an actual demonstration of a change of heart. Because, like, I do believe anyone can change, but I'm not going to go off of one person's tweet one time when they have all the incentive in the world to try and backpedal, because suddenly all of the money that was flowing into them and all of the potential for money is evaporated in smoke because their baby daddy won't pay alimony. Oof. Yeah, Kat Abu Ghazaleh is running for Congress, by the way. She's based as hell. All right. Y'all ready? Where do I put this? You know, it just makes sense to put this in the upcoming segment. I'm going to do that.
President Trump.
God damn it. Stop it. Stop it.
Go watch it. It's on Nick Shirley's YouTube.
Stop it. You're spoiling the segment, Brett. God. All right. Marjorie Taylor Greene has also been pivoting. I think some of the grifters are seeing the writing on the wall. Oh yeah, rats are abandoning the ship so that they can live to fight another day. That's my take on Marjorie Taylor Greene. Also, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. Consider supporting the stream because you guys make this show possible. And without you guys, I would not be able to continue doing it. So here you go. Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Yeah, there's nothing that indicates that Marjorie Taylor Greene has actually changed her mind about anything. She's just getting out while the getting's good before the Trump regime collapses in on itself, you know? All right, folks. Remember, continue to support the stream. Here we go. Oh, man. Do we do this one? Do we do this? You know what? I'm going to boot this till later on in the stream, if we get to it.
And she said, I'm...
All right. You know what? We'll do one more shorter segment, and then we'll get into one of our first long segments, okay? Good night, Korik. Koriklosk. I wish I could pronounce your name right. I'm gonna just say Korik, or maybe Corey, whichever you'd prefer. But thank you. Have a good night. All right, folks. Got a long night ahead of us. And Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated.
I'm excited to see you on TACIS again in a few days.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm really looking forward to it, folks. Go check out my previous appearance on the Transatlantic Call-In Show, which totally reminds me that I need to film an intro and an outro so that I can post on my channel my last appearance on the Transatlantic Call-In Show. And also, it'll be good. Check it out. Oh, did we get a Javon raid? Hell yeah. Thistle Electric, hello, welcome. Make yourself cozy. Love those guys. All right, folks. Also, Shiloh, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you to bits and back. And let's jump into it, shall we? Now, folks, we got to talk a little bit about this guy, Michael Knowles. Because he's been really diving into some wacky nonsense recently. And one of his wacky new theories is that anti-ICE protesters in Minneapolis are casting spells. I wish I could say I'm joking, but he thinks that that's what's happening in Minneapolis.
I found out today that my friend who's a Minneapolis native is designing and 3D printing ice whistles to be distributed to the community.
That's really cool. Are the 3D printed ice whistles engraved with different arcane sigils to be used as different magical conduits between this world and the next so that ICE protesters can have more success combating our worldly foes? I mean, if not, I guess that's still very cool. Thank you for the $5 dono, and thank you for the actions of your friends. As a Minneapolis native, I also appreciate that. But here is Michael Knowles getting into it.
There is a makeshift memorial for the woman who was shot when she drove her SUV into a cop.
She didn't drive her SUV into a cop. I also want to point out, just real quick, before we get too deep into this, watching the footage of that again, you can actually see the moment where that ICE officer shifts what hand he's holding the phone in. And it's at that moment that I believe he made the decision to shoot somebody. Because he moved the phone for no reason other than to free up his dominant hand. Because he wanted to kill one of them. And I also, I intended for this to be later on in the show, but let me see if I can pull this up real quick. He previously, Jonathan Ross previously worked for Border Patrol. And hey, wouldn't you know it, here's an article from 2014 about a known practice among Border Patrol agents. U.S. border agents intentionally stepped in front of moving vehicles to justify shooting at them. I wonder if that sounds familiar to anybody. Anyway, just a shower thought for you guys to consider, I suppose.
Libs are showing up. This footage courtesy of Frontlines, powered by TPUSA. Libs are doing pagan rituals at the Renee Good Memorial, because of course they are. People in headdresses waving some kind of incense, some kind of witchy incense.
Yeah, if only, I don't know, if only there was some way of knowing what was happening here. It's not like Minneapolis is home to a large and diverse community of indigenous folks. Like, again, this could be any number of different ceremonies that has nothing to do with like witchcraft. But no, you are just over here making wild assumptions based on your racism. Okay, cool.
In front of the memorial. You know that meme? There's a meme online. It says, men will do literally anything to avoid going to therapy. Well, the libs will do literally anything to avoid worshiping the one true God. No one.
What?
Michael, Hocus Pocus is fiction. When Bette Midler sings I Put a Spell on You, it's not real.
Yes, the number one concern of everyone going to, pay respect and honor a woman who was shot in the face while trying to protect her local community. How can we get out of worshiping the one true God? Of course. How could it not be?
Perfect.
You nailed it. You nailed it, man. I know on my soundboard somewhere I have that sound clip.
Of course.
There it is. Nailed it. The timing was perfect. Don't rewind to figure out that the timing wasn't. But it's genuinely wild to me. I just let's just, maybe local news has some kind of response to this.
Meanwhile, a native prayer.
Oh, what's that?
Let me guess. ICE has jurisdiction over casting spells as well? Bullocks.
ICE is now also the Inquisition. The I stands for it.
And gathering for the community and to remember Renee Good. Jason Rantala brings us to South Minneapolis, where we heard from someone close to Renee.
Outside powwow grounds in South Minneapolis, Native community members gathered despite the January cold for a prayer vigil for Renee Good, who was shot and killed by ICE Wednesday, and the community.
It gives us protection, it gives us peace.
Legal citizens now living an everyday fear of apprehension by ICE.
There's a fear for the children. A lot of the children are afraid. The single mothers, they're afraid.
Mitch Walking Elk came to Minneapolis all the way from Oklahoma.
Native people have been taken, that they have been abducted.
Out of concern for his children and grandchildren who live here.
I have a daughter, and one of the things that she said to me is, I'm the only parent. So if something should happen to her on the way to work or on the way back home, then, and the children are never notified, then what?
As Indigenous people here, ICE can't tell us apart whether we're northern and tribal people or whether we're Indigenous from the South.
Much of this ceremony is sacred, so our cameras weren't rolling today, but we heard from one of Renee's friends who read a message from her wife, remembering a woman who sparkled, who radiated kindness and found a home in welcoming Minneapolis.
It was very important, because we do send our thoughts and prayers out to her family. That was senseless, needless, and, those children should not be without a mom.
In Minneapolis, Jason Rantala, WCCO News.
Oh no, thoughts and prayers being sent by people who aren't white? Clearly it must be witchcraft. You don't understand. Like, this entire effort is just absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And for those of you who are like, well, was that the same event in Minneapolis? Well, turns out there are a lot of indigenous people here in Minneapolis, and there are a lot of different events. Here's one of them that did take place at
Yes,
Renee Good's
Jesus was
memorial.
anti-incense. That's why the wise men gave him gold, cigars, and air freshener.
Indeed. Here is a video. Like, they're trying to say, oh, evil witchcraft, look down upon it. It's clearly an attempt to avoid true Christianity. And, like, they're doing a ceremony to honor Renee Good. And, like, the intention of the ceremony is to honor Renee Good. And whether or not the people doing it believe in witchcraft or, you know, whatever their religious beliefs are, the intention is to honor Renee Good. The fear-mongering about this as if, oh, the left is embracing a neo-pagan ideology in order to fight Christianity. It's like, okay, but like, that's not scary, I guess? Like, Christians like to fear-monger about other religions nonstop. It's like the number one thing Christians love to do. And I say that as somebody who comes out of, like, fundamentalist Christianity, right? And, like, how do I put this? It's weak-ass shit that is the result of just zero introspection into the Christian religion whatsoever. Like, I'm sorry.
Clowning on the rituals till the voodoo starts working. When Trump starts spamming brain rot on C-SPAN, you know it's me.
Yeah, all these people are like, well, the witchcraft killed Charlie Kirk. It wasn't the bullet, it was the witchcraft. But at the same time, they're also like talking about how heinous and evil it is for these people to do a ceremonial dance to honor Renee Good, while their own religion has them literally eating the flesh and blood of Christ. Like, y'all aren't like looking at yourselves to like do some self-examination on those fronts. Like, y'all understand that's weird as hell, right? It's weird. And again, the idea here that people on the left are fighting this religious battle for you between paganism and the forces of Christianity, is we like, nah, stop it. That's not what's going on here. What's going on here is that, like, people are trying to pay honor to Renee Good's memory in whatever way they find culturally appropriate in the moment, and that's fine. The same way, like, you know, typically, when a mass shooting happens and Muslims offer thoughts and prayers, like, Christians aren't like, oh my god, you're offering us thoughts and prayers? How could you? The paganism of Muslims and Islam. Like, no. Like, this is, like, absolute horseshit fear-mongering to try and smear everyone as, like, a scary other in the eyes of Christians. You know? Like,
Jesus and his family illegally immigrated to Egypt to escape a genocide. Michael Knowles would have sold the Holy Family back to Herod.
True. But also, like, you know, I'm not someone who is like Christian anymore. And like, I'm not someone who believes in like witchcraft and magic or ghosts or any of that. But like, I understand intent, and I understand that the intent here is to honor Renee Good. But Michael Knowles is so fixated on, you know, his Christian supremacy that he can't really envision that other people are just paying their respects. And yeah, like, Renee Good was a Christian. Like, but, you know, he doesn't care about her life.
One is surprised that there are these pagan rituals out here. This too, divorced from reality, though. You know, if you described what unfolded in Minneapolis.
Yeah, man, those scary pagan rituals. Anyway, let's go eat the blood and the flesh and blood of our god. That's that's not scary and weird. No, sir. People dancing, that's the real scary and weird stuff.
Not one aspect of that would surprise you. Angry lesbian who says she's not. This is another line. They say the final words of this woman.
Side note, they call not being out as a pagan at work being in the broom closet.
Is that true? If so, that is funny. I think that is funny. God.
Woman who was shot where I'm not mad at you. And some people are saying, see, she's dead. They're reading that as, I'm not mad. I love you. I'm just want what's best for you. And that's not what she said. She was refusing an order of law enforcement. She was aiding and abetting criminals who weren't.
Yeah, man. Except that that's what she said, right? Like, you're like, that's not what she said. She said a bunch of things I'm about to put into her mouth. She was saying it in that bitchy way that white women say it. You know. Like, let's all attribute a bunch of words to her that she didn't say. Because we don't like her. That's what he's saying.
Here. And she was endangering people by blocking traffic. And then ultimately she drove her car into a guy.
She's endangering people by blocking traffic. So she obeyed orders to get out of the way of traffic. And then a guy who wasn't standing in front of her car shot her in the face multiple times.
And she said, I'm not mad at you. People are saying, see, she said she's not mad. As if they've never spoken to a woman before. Is it?
Oh, okay. We're just going with rank misogyny, huh? Michael Knowles is ostensibly married to a woman, right? Yeah, like he's got a ring on his finger over here. Like, does his wife like watch this and like nod along and be like, yeah, women who say they're not mad at law enforcement should be shot in the face. You're so right, honey. You're so right. You're so talented and you're so right. I should be shot in the face if I tell a cop I'm not mad at them. You're right.
When a woman tells you I'm not mad, what does that statement typically convey? Does it convey the literal message of that statement or the opposite? Any man who's ever...
That's right. So if a woman is saying, I hate you to a cop, that's when they're totally safe, because women who hate cops really mean the opposite of what they say, so they love cops. But if they say that they're not mad, that means they are mad, and you're justified in killing them for being mad at police officers. Michael Knowles' logic is fucking terrible.
Had a girlfriend, not even been married, had a girlfriend, knows it means the opposite.
I mean, I guess this is like the logical outcome of somebody who believes that like getting consent from women is wrong. You know, like a guy like Michael Knowles who is like anti obtaining consent from women, would stake out like a position like no means yes. So obviously being not mad means mad and therefore justified killing. You know, like this is where like the whole ignoring of consent really like comes into full circle, you know?
So angry sexually confused person breaking the law, helping other people break the law to undermine law and order in the United States.
Justified in shooting her in the face for a bunch of these abstract reasons that have nothing to do with the actual case. Ignore the fact that the officer, Jonathan Ross, shifted which hand was free so that he could shoot them preemptively before the car even began moving. Okay.
Becoming violent. We now know that political violence is much more a left-wing problem, not only in how it's committed, but also in how it's justified and supported.
Dude, a conservative just burned down a synagogue in Mississippi. The same synagogue was burned down in 1967 by the Ku Klux Klan. But yeah, no, tell us more how the left is doing so much political violence. Hey, just real quick, when a bunch of masked dudes from out of town come into your city and start black begging people off the street, whether or not they're citizens, whether or not they've done anything wrong, whether, like, without any kind of legal justification whatsoever, there have been cases where they're pulling people out of cars that are still in drive. Like, they just grab people out of cars. The car keeps driving without anyone in it. They've been beating children. They pulled a child out of his job at Target, beat him bloody, broke his bones, and then left him halfway across town. They're assaulting, like, 10th graders. They are attacking indigenous people and saying, "Oh, we're going to deport you." Deport you to where? Deport those indigenous people where, bitch? As I speak right now, there are still 4 indigenous people who were disappeared by ICE that no one can seem to locate within their system. It's been days. Like, I'm sorry. The idea that the lawlessness and the violence is being done on the part of the anti-ICE protesters, it has been remarkably peaceful. It has been remarkably restrained on the part of protesters. The people who are going around lobbing grenades right now are the ICE agents. There's a case today where they just dropped a stun grenade out of their car window as they drove away, with the pin still in it. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune has a picture of this unexploded grenade. They are blocking active intersections and then throwing tear gas canisters into the middle of them while traffic is still going. They are breaking into houses without warrants. Like, they are out of control. They are acting far beyond the law. With the pin still in it? Yes, with the pin still in it, guys. A bunch of out-of-state, out-of-town motherfuckers came to my city and are currently causing untold amounts of chaos and damage. I went to an online town hall with the Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, who's running for Senate. And she talked about how her own auntie had been stopped by ICE. 78-year-old white woman. Pulled over by ICE because she had a Black Lives Matter sticker on her car. They are profiling people just to harass them. They are going to neighborhoods just to harass different kinds of folks that they don't like gay people. They're going to the queer parts of town. They're pulling anyone who looks Hispanic, anyone who looks Latino, anyone who looks indigenous, and hassling them at best, and at worst, disappearing them. And there's a whole lot of room in between. Didn't they pull some guy over just for an accident? Yesterday, they hit a guy with their car, and because he looked Latino, they then questioned his immigration status. He was a U.S. citizen. They're driving around here willy-nilly without regards to traffic laws and, like, literally hitting people with their cars. You know, the same kind of crime that Michael Knowles is trying to justify shooting someone in the face 2 times. By the way, not a single one of these conservative guys, if the tables were turned, and you pointed out that ICE is routinely driving into people in Minneapolis, would say, oh, then that means anyone who is under threat by ICE agents driving into them can just shoot ICE agents in the face. They would never say that. And you shouldn't do that, but that's the kind that shows the flaw in their initial logic in the first place. And I really want to emphasize here, every single use of force protocol in the United States for every branch of law enforcement stipulates do not shoot someone who is driving a car at you. Because when you shoot someone who's driving a car at you, their foot goes down on the gas, which means shooting someone who's driving a car at you makes it more likely for you to die. So again, their justifications for this heinous murder are just so full of shit.
Multiple surveys on that after Charlie Kirk was killed, proving the point. We would all know it. We would all guess it. And then if you said there's a memorial set up for this woman, are people sitting out there praying the rosary, or are they doing weird rain dances in headdresses? What?
Hey, guess what, guess what, Ding Dong? Catholic priests have shown up and prayed the rosary. You fucking jackass.
What do you think the answer would be?
I was still subbed, my bad. Thank you, Jack, for all you do.
Appreciate it, Chris Huggy. Thank you for subscribing with Prime.
It would be the latter. Why? Because paganism is at best, a natural religion. Go to PolicyGenius.com.
Gotta throw the ad in there. I do want to say, paganism is just another word for non-Christian religion. Like, there are so many different religions that fall underneath what is termed paganism. Like, it's not one thing. But of course, he's not intellectually curious.
Genius.com/Knowles. And there can be some truths to paganism, partial truths in paganism, but it is at the very best a natural religion that cannot look beyond man's own material circumstances. And more typically, it's a religion focused on the self. Personal gods to this particular...
That's literally... I mean, obviously, that's Protestantism, but Christianity in general, as it's been adopted en masse in the United States, emphasizes having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. Now, I believe Michael Knowles is Catholic, so he would probably reject that Protestant belief as deeply heretical. But, like, the idea here that, like, oh, well, Christians don't believe in a personal relationship with the divine. That's just deeply incorrect.
Tribe or geographic area or class or caste. And gods who exist primarily to help the human. You know, so much of the occult, so much of the New Age mirrors true religion. But what's the difference? In true religion, when you pray to God, it's about God. When you pray to God to help you, in true religion, we say, thy will be done. Not my will be done, thy will be done.
Well, one could also say, your will be done. Because, you know, we don't live in the fucking 1600s anymore, my dude.
Lord, when he's praying in the Garden of Gethsemane, our Lord, who is God, says, Lord, may this cup pass from my lips, but not my will be done, but thy will. Which is an amazing, I mean, one could speak for many hours about even the meaning of that.
Well, you know, just because Michael Knowles is being a pedantic dick about this, technically, Jesus didn't say your will be done, because he wasn't speaking English. So why are you lying, Michael Knowles, about the true nature of Christ?
The second person of the Trinity is speaking to the first person of the Trinity. But
okay, but counterpoint: if someone is a pagan, why the fuck should they care about what your book says? Just out of curiosity. Like, Michael Knowles would be like, because it's true, but you need to demonstrate that it's true. You know, you need to actually get into some apologetics to maybe demonstrate that, but you're not doing that, and you're not going to do that because, let's be clear here, you're not interested in that.
Christ, as the model, entirely receives from God the Father. He's always listening for God and doing his will and modeling that for us, even as Christ himself is God. Pagan religion, it's the opposite. It's, hey, help me out. Come on, do this for me. Do this, do that. And which is just part and parcel of liberalism.
I don't think, you know, I have a very limited understanding of like Wicca or like druidic beliefs or like any of the other modern like pagan ideas that are out there. But I don't think that is actually at all how those groups of people conceive of their relationship with the divine. You know, I just throwing that out there, buddy.
Liberalism, which makes man into a god and which attempts to banish all other gods, including the true one, from the public square. No surprise whatsoever. It's also how you know, though, that all of these issues are together. And so sometimes we say, I want to separate religion from political issues. I want to separate religion from politics. Or I want to separate economic issues from social issues, or this issue from that. But there's no separation. There's no disintegration. We're unified wholes. We live in a society which has got to be a unified whole. And so these things go together. And I think we've done better as a country when we're a society that doesn't mow down cops. I think we've done better when we're a society that encourages men and women to get married and have children together. I think we do better as a society when we worship the true God. You know, in God we trust. And
okay, but we've counterpoint. We've never done that. Like the idea that we all used to worship the one true God, but now we've all fallen by the wayside. That's not true at all. If you look back at the history of America.
Model of Christian charity and all that, rather than put on headdresses and do funky rain dances with smoke. That's what.
Yeah, man. There's no way a Catholic would ever be caught dead wearing a funny hat. You know, it never ever would a Catholic wear some kind of silly looking hat and do elaborate rituals that folks can't even begin to understand the true meaning of. No Catholic would ever do that. That's only limited to pagans. You fools, you buffoons. No, you see, no Catholic would ever put on elaborate costumes and do just crazy amounts of ritual in order to justify different religious beliefs. No, you see, that would never, ever, ever happen within the Catholic Church. Cool.
We must focus on God, who coincidentally copies all of my political and personal beliefs exactly. Ergo defying me is defying God.
I mean, it's true. But let's just back up real quick here, okay?
I think we do better as a society when we worship the true God.
Wait, here we go.
Society, which has got to be a unified whole. And so these things go together.
These things go together. Okay.
And I think we've done better as a country when we're a society that doesn't mow down cops.
Okay.
I think we've done better when we're a society that encourages men and women to get married and have children together. I think we do better as a society when we worship the true God, in God we trust, and, model of Christian charity and all that, rather than put on headdresses and do funky rain dances with smoke. That's what I think.
And, what I think is that I think we do better as a society when federal agents don't just feel empowered to shoot moms in the face after they drop their kid off at school. You know, crazy idea, I know. But I think that generally society is better off when we don't accept things like the federal government thinks that it can just shoot you in the face whenever it's convenient. You know, it's a silly, perhaps naive idea that I have that the federal government shouldn't just be able to come and shoot your mom in the face. But, you know, I guess I believe in small government. And with that being said, I think we're done with Michael Knowles here. Just what an unrelenting piece of shit, you know? Dude genuinely puts out an entire video dedicated to talking about how a defenseless woman deserved to be shot in the face. And furthermore, that the people honoring her for her bravery in standing up to federal agents with guns are wrong because they weren't honoring her in the way that he wanted them to do it. Like, I don't know, it's just monstrous, isn't it? The conservative attempt to double, triple, quadruple down on the federal government being able to come and murder, not just because, you know, Renee Good isn't just one mom. You know, part of what makes Renee Good a symbol of the heinous violence of this administration and conservatism at large is that she could have been anybody's mom. You know, she could have been your mom. She could have been my mom. You know, she could have been, you know, you or me. Like, she could have been just any mom you've ever known, you know? And they shot her in the face, and now they're treating her like she deserved it. It's crazy. And the ICE agents who are continuing to operate in Minneapolis are trying to threaten locals by saying, you know, if you know what's good for you, you'll back off because you saw what we did to that lesbian bitch. Lesbian bitch is like a popular way of them framing who Renee Good was. And like, that's where we're at right now. There's a violent occupation of a major American city. And they're trying to argue that they have the right not just to beat you, not just to disappear you, not just to torture you, but the right to shoot you in the face in broad daylight in the middle of the street. It's all pretty disgusting. And folks, we need to get organized so we can fight these absolute heinous clowns. So if you're interested in getting organized, you know, there are many different local groups that are popping up to oppose ICE in every city, in every part of this country. So look into that, but also consider getting organized in your local political scene. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, radicalize your Dems to better policies. You know, make sure we don't get those corporate assholes in there, and make your local DSA more effective. Okay? And let's get organized so that there are no more Renee, you know, Goods that have to die. Let's get organized so that, you know, we don't have to read stories about how ICE is choking people out. Like, it's getting dangerously close to George Floyd territory out there right now because ICE is deploying chokeholds. There are a lot of videos circulating now of ICE doing the exact same neck move on, you know, even on children that they're detaining. So, we need to get organized. It's already there. Yeah. Well, you know what? Best time to organize was years ago. Second best time to organize is now. If your complaint is that we're not organized enough, I agree with you. The entire purpose of this channel is for us to get more organized so that we fucking win. So, folks, get organized. Do your part. Get other people organized. It's not enough to just know what the correct thing is anymore. It's not enough to know about current events. You need to actually start doing shit. And with that, folks, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this. Comments longer than 8 words. They help in the algorithm. Hit that follow button. Hit the subscribe button. Do the things. And we need to get organized fucking yesterday. So let's keep on going. I can't stand this shit. You and me both. You and me both. I don't like having to see, you know, I don't like having to like worry about my indigenous partner like going to work. I don't like having to worry about if she goes out into the world, if I'm going to be able to see her again. I fucking hate that. You know? Your indigenous son every day? Yeah. It's taken a toll. Burb, I'm right there with you. I'm like I have hit a level of constant rage that I never knew I could feel. It's exhausting. Like it is physically exhausting me to be as angry as I am nonstop. I hate these fuckers. In a way that like I like to a depth I don't know that I've ever felt in my life. To a degree that I find scary. And I do want to reiterate, we need to get organized so that we can beat these fuckers in every political sphere forever. Like it is not enough for us to just get organized and to get like a fucking Joe Biden status quo piece of shit like Gavin Newsom. It is not enough for us to get organized and to only like have control over Congress for one cycle. No, we need to get fucking organized in a way that will stay organized for the foreseeable future. Not just for us right now, but for our kids, for our kids' kids. They I cannot stress enough, if you are not in Minneapolis right now, this is like this is like the culmination of what they want everywhere. They're effectively trying to have their own federalized branch of the KKK. You know, the KKK branding got too damaged after 100 years, so they had to rebrand it ICE. Yeah, Ember Brains, I boosted that person's GoFundMe and donated money to it. It's coming and we have to stop them. Not only do we have to stop them, we have to like beat them so badly that they are unable to ever effectively organize in this country again, and then we salt the earth over whatever remains of their political movement. They like that is what needs to happen. I want to set my DSA back up in my town because I'm surrounded by red towns and counties. Good news is Gamergy can absolutely help you set up a branch of the DSA in your town. We've had other people in this community do the same thing. Like, you can do that. Is Minnesota shutting down in 10 days? What the like, I don't know what that question means, Superjet guy. I have not heard any scuttlebutt about this. From the union folks that I am aware of. It'd be pretty cool if that does happen, but I have not heard about that in a meaningfully large way. Healthcare in, ICE out. Yeah, never let any fucking Democrat or any fucking conservative ever tell you or ask you, how are we going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for better healthcare? How are we going to do it? How are you going to pay for it? Like, bitch, they cut trillions of dollars from Medicaid and handed a bunch of money to these absolute fucking dipshits who are running around, slipping, sliding around on Minnesota ice, talking in their Texas accents, and, like, trying to, like, be homophobic and bigoted to the people of this state. It's disgusting. They got a bunch of cartoon racist caricatures to roll up into Minnesota because they gave them a goddamn hundreds of millions of dollars to do that. Yo, Amy Pike, I'm sorry, that's some, like, fucking disgusting bullshit right there. Get the fuck out of here. The Jews won't let me get a lawyer. Fuck off with that. That kind of anti-Semitic bullshit is not gonna fly in this chat. Zero tolerance. Like, Amy's been in this chat before. Not, but like that, nah, that's not gonna fly. That ain't even like a, oh, stop it. This is your warning. Nah, just get the fuck out of here. It's as crazy as being like, the blacks won't let me get a lawyer. Fuck off. Why would people even say these things? Because because a lot of people in the United States have internalized a certain degree of anti-Semitism. And I don't mean that in like the, oh, if you oppose a genocide in Gaza, you're anti-Semitic. I mean in the genuine, they think Jewish people run the world type of anti-Semitism. Which, coincidentally, we're about to be talking about. So, you know, Amy really got us a good transition into talking about anti-Semitism. So it'll be a little bit of a roundabout way to get there, but we are going to get there by the end of this segment. So, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and please do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. We are getting closer and closer to our goal. We got a long way to go, folks. Corporations own politicians. That is true. We need to defeat Citizens United. Like, part of the big struggle here is that capitalism inherently lends itself to that kind of political corruption. When you concentrate wealth into the hands of a few, it turns out that they will use that wealth to then buy political favors, even if it's illegal, because it then turns out that paying the fine on illegal behavior is just the cost of doing business. And that, in turn, allows the concentration of more and more wealth until suddenly the system topples over. The only way we can defeat them is by organizing together and holding strong with one another and building a movement that they cannot buy off. So that's kind of our task, as it were. Oh, true. We do have a button to let you guys know what to do to support the stream. I got so mad I forgot. Yeah, Xena Grills, we covered it yesterday.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
Just realized the rat men could be an anti-Semitic trope. They're not. I'm sorry, they're an isolated civilization of underground rat people that both live in the sewers below New York City, but also have a subterranean kingdom full of a wide variety of different creatures and their own political system. They don't secretly run the world. That was the Curtis Sliwa bit. The entire bit is that Curtis Sliwa is fucking crazy and you shouldn't be trusting his word on the rat men. I thought we were going to talk about Skaven for a moment there. No, during the New York City mayoral election, we had a running bit about Curtis Sliwa being an insane tinfoil hat wearing lunatic who ranted and raved about the problem of the rat men below the city. Can't see the light in this at the end of this tunnel. That's because we got to make our own light. That's kind of the issue, you know? Like, we got a lot of big fucking problems in front of us, but we have to, like, actively take action to combat those problems. So we got to make our own hope. We got to make our own action. We got to do the shit because no one's coming to save us. Wait, really? Wait, really what? But didn't he actually do that? No, he was very concerned about the rats in the sewer system, but I turned it into a joke about humanoid rat men who lived in the sewer that he was fighting a one-man war against. Splinter is cool. True. The glorious rat men only want more warpstone. Yes, yes. God. Teach them about Dr. Softmold? No. That's for another day.
I loved that bit.
It was a good bit. It was a good bit. I'm sure it will come back at some point. Conservatives are currently so crazy, like, it's definitely going to come back at some point. recently learned about Warhammer. Yeah, Warhammer lore is cool as shit. Conservative Warhammer fans, however, the opposite. All right. Folks, do we got any subs? Do we got any donos? Jobert, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Folks, do you think we can hit 550 by the end of stream? I bet you guys can. You've changed ever since Dr. Softhole passed. Well, you know, I have to do without her helpful insight into a wide variety of medical issues. I appreciate it, John Smith. I'm glad you all liked the Ratman lore I pulled out of my ass. Okay. Wait, is that talking about the scrunch? Yeah, I used my scrunchie to show the dangers of AI because human beings over anthropomorphize things even if they don't talk like people, and how, like, oh look, this scrunchie, it's Dr. Softhole, and then I tossed it over my shoulder and it's like, Dr. Softhole is dead, you'll never see her again. And chat has kept bringing that up ever since. Rest in peace, Dr. Softhole. And yeah, because again, people over anthropomorphize AI large language models, and that in turn leads to folks going absolutely crazy because they think the AI is real people, you know? I thought you accidentally ripped Dr. Softhole? No. So young. Oh god, just when I think my heart is healed. Oh god, we need a Dr. Softhole emote. There is one over on the Riverboat site, unironically. Did the Dilbert guy die? Yeah, we talked about it earlier this stream. Fuck that guy. All right, are you guys ready for the next segment? Last call for subs or donos before we depart.
Sorry, not sorry to have started this stun lock.
Yannick the Newborg, thank you for the €5. Appreciated. Not mad at all. I cannot emphasize how not mad I am. Let's see. Whew.
Women only have one softholer.
That's not true. Women have several soft holes if you're doing it right. And then there's the secret one that no one knows about. There are only two holes. Whoa. Oh god, that is some old channel lore right there. Give me a reason to be hopeful, someone. Yeah, you know what? Let's see. Reason to be hopeful. Yeah, you know what? Here you go. Here's a reason to be hopeful. Look at how cool this shit is. Look at their color-coordinated dance moves. All right. Wait, this is a really cute dance move. I don't want to show you the entire video, but look at this dance move. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? That's cute. I like it. I think they're great. Anyway, check that shit out. They're cool. They're called MOS. And they're neat. So, you know what? The world's not all bad. People are doing sick, cool shit all the time. And you know what? When we are organizing, we can do even more sick, cool shit. Toby Fox is such a legend. True. Thank you, Resprant. Appreciate it. All right. You guys ready? That was a nice little palate cleanser before we dive into some true bullshit. Y'all ready? Like, everyone's telling me to take a break, but like, how? How do I do that? Put your phone down. Like, put your phone, like, physically away from you and stop looking at it. Are you a Luffy enjoyer? Are you trying to say Luffy from One Piece? Put it down now? Yeah, look, if you need to turn off my stream, that is okay. You got to take care of yourself first. Like, put your phone down. Log out of the social media apps. Like, do like, put it away, and then like do a puzzle or something. You know? Like, if you're finding all of this really difficult to handle, like, go for a walk, go run at the gym, or lift weights, or, you know, do push-ups, sit-ups, etc. Like, do a puzzle, do a board game, you know, like, watch a movie, like, actually watch a movie, you know, like, take a bath, read a book, do yoga. You can do yoga without any equipment. I'm seeing too much rage bait on Reddit. Then stop going on Reddit. But not your stream. Yeah, no, I mean, I include my stream. Like, if you are honest to God having a really hard time.
This guy is 41 and can do the splits on a stage while playing fighting games.
What? Is this Sonic Fox?
It's not dead yet.
I don't know if that was probably very offensive to Sonic Fox.
It's not dead yet. Do we go for
God,
the,
I love this
the
shit.
cross of Tatsu? He goes for the universal overhead, then backs away. Dash is up in danger. Oh my God! No! Okay. How did he do that? He went past the SA3! He went for the roundhouse! He jumped over completely! Do you understand? That is a worth.
That was so cool. Thank you for sharing that, Sake Tanuki. And it reminds me, y'all need to see some shit. Justin Wong Daigo. Let's go. One of the most legendary moments from all fighting game tournaments. Fucking great. Sonic Fox is not in his 40s. Look, I don't know how old Sonic Fox is.
Rare footage of Daigo actually angry. Justin's turtle style. Overcome Rao. Now on the verge of putting Daigo down 1-0.
Fucking cool as shit. God.
Unbelievable.
That was one of the fucking coolest moments of all time right there. Oh, God. Justin Wong always gets salty when people bait him into this scenario on stream. Of course he is. Of course he's gonna get salty. You think he was expecting a perfect parry of every single fucking kick from Chun-Li? You have to have perfect timing on that to not get chip damage. And he fucking parried each and every goddamn kick from Chun-Li's move. That's crazy. Who won? Daigo. Daigo perfectly parried all of Justin Wong's Chun-Li kicks, taking no chip damage whatsoever, which normally, if you fuck up the parry timing, you take chip damage, which means you take a little bit of damage. He had one fucking chip in him, and he perfectly parried all of that and came back to win. I don't care what anyone says. Daigo is, for me, always the greatest to ever do it. All right? That is some fucking cool ass shit. Couldn't see on my screen. That's okay. It's also a very like grainy video because it's from like 2004. God, it's so cool.
9:51.
Oh, hell yeah. You know, I'm not sad to be going down this rabbit hole. I love fighting games. I love fighting games. I'm not good at them at all, and I don't have a desire to get good at them, but I love watching other people play them. 9:51. All right. Oh, is he gonna do the splits?
Oh my God! That hurts me, brother. Oh dear Lord.
The pants don't rip.
Magic pants.
The pants don't rip.
This guy is actually the most mobile person of his age group.
41 years old, by the way.
Oh my God.
My leg.
Oh, okay, go for the DP. Yes, you gotta do light punch DP. Light punch DP on parries, and also bunch. It's just so good. It's not really good as a wake up though, but I really do recommend it from an air parry. Grabs normals. Why not?
I think all of them. Actually, insane. You know it makes a lot of sense too. Oh, you already know. That was a very deep roundhouse decision.
Yes, exactly. Because you gotta change it. You just really have to change up your jump timing. Early jump roundhouse, late jump roundhouse. Because if you're a Hugo player, you know you're good at parrying, right? You have to master the art of parrying, and that's what Hayo has done to take it to the next level.
Truly. I mean, for Frankie, also choosing to go for the deep jump roundhouse is pretty smart, because if it gets parried, he still recovers in time.
Exactly. Maybe not to 720, but regular 360, I think so.
Ooh. So terrifying. The last time he tried to shoot out a medium punch like that in that regard after a dash, he got SPD to oblivion. See, the chase down is happening, ladies and gentlemen. Hayao, it's cat and mouse right now. 29 seconds on the clock.
Oh,
no
nice.
shot.
He's
Frankie
still alive.
with the confirm.
Ooh, still alive. Do we go for the chip damage? Oh my God! He landed again. How is this man doing it? If he does a backflip, I will lose it.
He He looks for every.
God, I love it. Sorry. All right. I'm stoked for the next season of Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear is such a pretty game. It's such a fun fighting game to watch. It's like me panic dodging an Elden Ring. I've done the splits like that only once. It was when my horse slipped while I was riding him and fell on me. Oh no, Lee Kestner. No! Oh god. Ooh, that sounds really painful. God. That was back, Daigo parrying that was when people thought it was programmed to not be parryable. Yeah. Yeah. You could literally make esports interesting just by having decent commentators with good voices. Yeah, I mean, like, genuinely just having great commentators, like, makes the world of difference. Do I have the video of that lady infantilizing that dude? Yeah, I do. Here you go. We'll watch it again just for funsies, and then we'll jump into our next segment.
This is what we're dealing with on the ground, all over. That's right. Actually, I'm very respectful.
Badass.
And you're not respectful.
He's a badass big man.
Badass. I just want to ask, do you believe in illegal immigration? Do you think U.S. taxpayers should be funding housing for illegals and medical care?
Smart man. He is so intelligent. This man, he's got nothing to say. He's got nothing to say.
I got a lot to say.
He's a big man.
Now,
He's a big man.
now I'm a Nazi.
What a big man.
This is what we're dealing with on the ground.
I just then he slips on the ground at the very end. God, what a like. I love that this was a live stream. They did this to him live. God, props to that lady. And I don't know who asked me for it, but I'm gonna post it in all the chats. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, and I can't wait to click on this link. Yeah! This was also just top tier. One of the best parts about this clip, though, is in the longer version, right? In the longer version of it, he then turns around and walks slowly and sadly back to his car. Like, he was running up. He was running up to try and, like, intimidate these protesters, and then they laughed at him and made fun of him after he fell on his ass, and he just walked back to his car like a fucking incarnation of, you know, the it was great. Top tier. Whew. Super Jet Guy, I don't know if that's gonna materialize. Like, I need to see way more coordination before I even, like, entertain that it's in the works for real. Texans aren't used to this weather. It's true. All right. Folks, let's get into it, shall we?
The president said...
Oh, God. Get out of here. All right. Go. Brace yourselves, folks. So, folks, we gotta talk about Nick Shirley and the rise of white nationalism in the United States. How's that for, like, a Opening, huh? We gotta talk about some real shit. And let's talk about it by just seeing how other conservatives have reacted to Nick Shirley's segment. If you want to see my full breakdown of why Nick Shirley is just a heinous fraudster who has ginned up a great deal of racism towards people here in the Twin Cities where I live, I have a 3-hour-long video going through his claims meticulously and basically calling him out. So check that out if you want the full version of it. But suffice it to say, essentially Nick Shirley said, hey, there's a bunch of fraud going on in Somali-run daycares in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities area. We're going to go and prove it. And the way he proved it was by showing up with a bunch of guys in ski masks and then trying to frame it as, oh, none of these daycares have kids here. When the very obvious explanation was either he was showing up outside of their operational hours, or they thought he was ICE because he had a bunch of men in ski masks with him operating as his security. Either way, this was the entire basis for why the Department of Homeland Security launched its biggest ICE operation ever here in Minneapolis, and ultimately why there was why ICE agents were even here in the first place to kill and murder Renee Good. And we're going to talk about how this has all kind of worked together with white nationalism. And let's start by talking about how conservatives have reacted to it. Here is Brett Cooper, who I think is kind of a decent barometer of where, your average, not quite fully a monster conservative, but real close to the line conservative will be. And let's just jump into it. We're not going to cover this entire video, just kind of get an idea of where she's at on this one.
So Ted Cruz and Nick Fuentes finally found something that they could agree on, and all it took was Nick Shirley and his camera to bring together the right against a common enemy once again, and that would be the fraudulent Somalis in Minnesota. But now,
I do want to just say, let's be very clear that they aren't targeting fraudulent Somalis. They're just targeting Somali people in the Twin Cities area. Nick Shirley, by the way, his source for his entire video was a guy named Dave, who's a lobbyist that works with the Minnesota GOP and has openly and repeatedly said that he thinks Somali refugees and immigrants are all fraudsters who are demons. Literal demons. So it's not that they hate, people doing fraud in Minnesota. They hate Somali people in Minnesota because they're racist.
the huge question is, what is the admin actually going to do about it?
Now, I do want to say this video is from 10 days ago. So, pre-murder of Renee Good.
You don't have
All right?
to call her Brett Cooper. You can just call her Fem Shapiro.
I know. I do think it's very funny that people still understand who I'm talking about if I accidentally forget her name and just say Fem Shapiro. Which I want to say has happened before.
All right, so in case you have sugar-induced brain fog from all of the holidays, by the way, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, so happy to be back with you guys. But in case we need a refresher, exactly 1 month ago, I broke down the alleged fraud that was happening in Minnesota. I pulled out the whiteboard, it was a whole thing, but as a recap, all of this started many years ago with an organization called Feeding Our Future, which is now—
It didn't happen many years ago. It happened during COVID, which was a scheme not concocted by Somali refugees, but by a Minneapolis white woman who then realized that a bunch of Somali people were destitute because they came here as war refugees, and she sought to take advantage of their poor and impoverished status because they were more vulnerable to ideas like, hey, let's do a fraud on the government. But this has nothing to do with anything uniquely Somali. It has to do with people being poor and desperate to get by.
Now known to be the biggest scam at this point in Minnesota. It was the largest nonprofit recipient of government funds in Minneapolis.
Also, just gotta say, Feeding Our Future has been caught. The money was returned, and the people who did it have been prosecuted, or are in the process of being prosecuted. Like, this isn't like a new thing. They've already got those people. They're already going through the court system.
During the pandemic. And over the last 3 years, starting under the Biden administration, over 78 people have been charged after pocketing $250 million. And they were not using that money to feed people. No, they were using that money to line their own pockets, to buy mansions, and to send it back to terrorist groups in Somalia. So that was obviously a shocking revelation, especially for the people of Minnesota, who had been funding that with their tax dollars. And all of this blew up, and it started to be a broader conversation.
Can I just say, like, what's wild to me is that, again, Brett Favre, during this same time period that Feeding Our Future was active, was part of a scheme to defraud the Mississippi government that resulted in the, stealing of around $86 million. But oddly enough, no one is calling for all former football players to be investigated for fraud. Oddly enough. He spent $8 million on that, by the way, on his daughter's a volleyball stadium for his daughter at her university. But, you know.
Specifically about immigration, because almost all of the people involved who were specifically charged in that Feeding Our Future scheme were Somali. But Feeding Our Future was not the only scheme that was uncovered, because Minnesota's tax dollars were also being funneled through nonprofits that were supposed to be.
Oddly enough, by the way, Brett Favre, as far as I know, didn't see any prison time for that. Weird.
Helping homeless people and autistic children. And my friends, that was not happening. And all of this is now just the tip of the iceberg, because what was at one point just a $1 billion fraud scheme is now estimated to be at over $10 billion, which is almost more than the GDP of Somalia itself. Now, before we dive into the story and everything that has come out since the last episode, make sure that you like this video and subscribe to the channel if you've not already. And of course, ring that notification bell so that you never miss an episode of The Brett Cooper Show. And if you want behind the scenes content, ad-free episodes, farm vlogs, updates on Pee Pants and his testicles, because we do talk about that, make sure you go to cooperconfidential.com.
What? Did I just zone out and I missed the context for Pee Pants and his testicles? Yeah, am I the only one who ran out of... Did that just come out of nowhere?
You Pants and his Cooper Show. And if you want behind the scenes content, ad-free episodes, farm vlogs, updates on Pee Pants and his testicles, because we do talk about that, make sure you go to...
Okay, no, I have no context for it. Okay, cool.
cooperconfidential.com. You can check it out. It is my subscription platform that we built from the ground up just for you guys, and all of that content is right there for you. So now that we have refreshed our memories, the brain fog from Christmas has been cleared, let's discuss...
Dude, you can't transition from trying to advertise your site by saying people can learn more about Pee Pants and his testicles there and talk about how the brain fog is gone. Like, if anything, the brain fog has gotten stronger.
Everything that has happened over the last week. So the day after Christmas, independent journalist Nick Shirley dropped a
independent journalist Nick Shirley, who did whose previous achievements are talking only about the threat of undocumented immigrants and glazing El Salvador's prison system at their request, and being one of the only people allowed into CCOT because he was going to talk, he talked about how great CCOT is, how wonderful it is that this torture facility exists. It's like allowing a journalist to tour a goddamn, like, concentration camp because you know that that journalist is in your pocket and is gonna write how incredible it is for people to be imprisoned there. Like, I wish I could... I have a video from, like, a year ago going over Nick Shirley like, his extensive glazing of the El Salvadoran government and how they imprison and torture people there. It's genuinely awful in a way that is difficult to put into words, so you can check that out if you're interested.
42-minute expose where he was going door to door, exposing different daycare and healthcare centers run by the Somali community in Minnesota. These are services and quote-unquote businesses and nonprofits that receive millions upon millions of tax dollars every single year. And what Nick found was basically nothing. No children, no patients, barely functioning businesses that...
No children at the businesses he went to outside of their business hours. There weren't any children there. No children that they allowed him to see because he's just a random guy off the street. And it turns out if a daycare is operating, they're not allowing random guys off the street. Now, as I reiterated many times in the video going over Nick Shirley's content, would you guys put your kid into a childcare facility if random guys off the street demanding to see children walked up? Because I wouldn't. I don't know anyone in my actual life who thinks that random strangers should be entitled to go into a daycare and just stare at kids. Like, no. And on top of that, towards the end of the video, they investigate a business center that has a bunch of different offices for what is called home healthcare. For those of you who don't know what home healthcare is, it is the service that is provided where a nurse comes to your house. So it is not the kind of health business where people show up at the business center expecting to get health care. It is specifically there to send people to your house to provide you health care at your home. Hence the name home health care. But no one ever thought in Nick Shirley's video, and I guess in Brett Cooper's video, to wonder what is home health care. Because they all are like, yes, Somali, fraud. This'll be an idea that takes off with my racist audience. I will look into it as little as possible. I just like this entire thing is stupid as hell.
Somehow still receive massive payouts from the Minnesota...
Yeah, also, would you allow a camera crew that is demanding to see children? Would you allow them into your child's daycare? We just want to film some of the kids at your daycare. Why aren't you letting us in? Clearly it's criminal. Monica, my apologies. Salvadoran.
Government. Here's just a tease of that video in case you missed it.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place?
Wait, just real quick. Wondering.
Ask where the money's going.
Sorry, no entry if no face mask is literally on the door there, but okay.
What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Sorry. I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside this building.
There are no children inside of this building, and that is probably the common...
That's what he's saying. That's not what the guy in the building is saying. you're just, oh, if Nick Shirley said it, it must be true. Well, none of these businesses would show us their kids, so clearly no children in the building.
Thread of that entire 42-minute video. Now, the entire episode is so well done, so after this video, you need to go watch it. It's on Nick Shirley's YouTube. We will have it linked below. It is essential viewing. Nick also posted the entire video on X, and it freaking blew up almost instantaneously. It racked up more than 77 billion impressions, I think, within like 24 hours of it being posted, and now...
Wow, 77 billion impressions? Can we just like talk about real quick about how the metrics on Twitter and X, like, why on earth would you think that that is in any way meaningful or accurate on a planet of like 8 billion people? Oh, it has 77 billion impressions. I don't know. I think that maybe that indicates it's not. Maybe the metrics are a bit inflated there. 100 million people saw it on X. I don't know that I believe those numbers, actually. But I do believe it got boosted by Elon Musk. Who then, you know, injects it into the algorithm of every single user on the platform.
It is sitting at 135 million. So needless to say, it was a busy Christmas and holiday season and New Year for Nick, who, by the way, has been hustling for years. I know that this might be the first time that you guys have encountered his videos, maybe the first time that he's come across your feed, but I think Nick started back on YouTube when he was 15 years old. He's Mormon, so he took a 2-year break when he went on his mission, and he came back and he immediately dove into independent grassroots political journalism. He spent basically the entirety of 2024 leading up to the election traveling around the country, live streaming every single day. He was also, at like 22 years old, the first American journalist to go inside of CCOT, the mega prison in El Salvador.
Man, calling him a journalist as he like unquestioningly regurgitates how wonderful the prison is from the Salvadoran president's lines and the prison warden's lines is wild to me. By the way, in the part of the video where he tours the prison facility that isn't CCOT, you get to see this prison camp forcing the prisoners to do forced labor. And he just talks about how crazy and cool it is as he witnesses slave labor in real time. Like, I cannot emphasize enough how not a journalist this guy is.
He did a ton of videos at the border when nobody else was reporting on the realities of immigration under the Biden administration. Like, he did all of this as a 21 to 23-year-old with no backing, no big media company driving him, nobody interviewing him. He hadn't been on Fox. He hadn't done any big interviews. It was just him, his camera, and a mic, and his mother. Because his mom has been his cameraman throughout all of this. I think that fact is why my own mom became so obsessed with him a couple of years ago. I remember her sending me his videos back when I was still a Daily Wire, and she was like, this is like the most adorable young man. His mom is his cameraman. He's out there
this is just the most adorable young man. Look at him doing propaganda for other countries' leadership that allows their totalitarian regime to get even more fascist. What an adorable little boy. He's a birthday boy.
Doing all of this himself. Anyway, all of this to say, none of this happened for Nick overnight or accidentally. He has been working so hard. He is a great person, genuinely. Alex and I both know him personally. This is a wonderful person to support, so I just wanted to include all of that in there. Anyway, back to the point and back to this expose. So Nick went to Minnesota. He worked with a Minnesota man who you saw in the video, that older gentleman, his name is David, who has been researching and documenting all of this fraud for years. And in
No, he hasn't. He's a fucking local racist who works as a lobbyist for the non-indigenous gambling industry in Minnesota. He his like main political position is that it was a huge mistake to give the tribes rights to run casinos. And he works hand in fist with the local GOP. He's not just some guy. His job is literally to lobby. And also, he just posts racist drivel none of what is quoted from him in the video is at all accurate. Which would be obvious if you watched the video.
This one video, as they were going door to door to all of these different businesses, they allegedly uncovered over $110 billion of fraud. And now the most viral moment in the video.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Covered over $110 billion of fraud.
$110 billion of fraud. $1 million of fraud. Correction. But also, real quick, want to emphasize, because I've actually watched the video, at numerous points, Nick just pulls numbers out of his ass and is just like, yeah, this is probably like $20 million. And Dave is just like, oh yeah, probably even higher. Like that. It is comically terrible. However bad and unfounded you think these claims are, seeing it through Brett Cooper's eyes, it's worse when you watch the actual video.
And now the most viral moment in the video, as I'm sure you guys have seen, is them visiting the Quality Learning Center, learning, but they didn't spell it correctly. They dropped the N. It's a daycare and after-school program in Minneapolis that could not even spell learning correctly.
Yeah, you know, it'd be crazy if even like higher stakes positions were riddled with spelling and punctuation errors. You know, like say if the president of the United States was routinely misspelling shit, extremely loose with punctuation and just capitalizing random words and letters. Yeah, it'd be crazy to expect, you know, other people to like be perfect all the time at higher positions, but we must demand perfection from any of the local businesses being run by folks who are learning English as a second or third language. Yeah.
I mean, the jokes just write themselves at this point. Now, because of how massive this video and this story became, the left immediately started freaking out because all of this was being exposed. And unsurprisingly, rather than looking into the fraud, rather than looking into the upwards of $10 billion that has now been funneled through the Minnesota community,
interestingly, Brett Cooper only corrected herself once and not a second time here. And I think at this point we can like just kind of be like, okay, so this is kind of where they're at. They think this is like the second coming of journalist Christ, you know? It's wild. They think that this is a top tier journalism video. It is nuts. And by the way, this went on to inspire a lot of other conservatives to do the same thing, where they just showed up at daycares run by, you know, immigrants or refugees or what have you, in order to try and demonstrate that there's rampant fraud in their own state. Here is a former baseball player doing this in Columbus, Ohio.
All right, you want to go with that instead of
John Rocker.
Housekeeping. I got me for pillow. Door shithead. This door's bulletproof. Probably getting ready to find out. Actually, they can't chunk a spear through this thing, can they? See, I should have said that. I should have said that right there. And again, with the rats on. Locks are brand new, though.
Teachers want it. You should say you're here for the teacher's job.
Just real quick, in case you didn't catch it, that guy first pretends to be like housekeeping, I guess, is like a racist joke, and then asks aloud if the door is bulletproof and that he's getting ready to find out if it is. And then asks if they could chuck a spear through this door. Again, because he's a racist, and because this is the kind of guy that makes up the conservative base that eats up the kind of content that Nick Shirley puts out, fear-mongering about immigrants, and that Brett Cooper thoughtlessly watches and thinks is the most brilliant journalistic ploy she's ever seen. And it's threatening actual children. This guy's at a daycare, folks. He showed up to a daycare and he's openly musing about shooting through the door, fantasizing about it. Like, that's where we're at. And it's where, like, we essentially have here the proliferation of ICE across the United States, specifically with the marching orders, not of rounding up undocumented immigrants, but of creating content. Right? Creating content. Eddie666, that is an excellent comment you just left. They really hate the children. I'm about to show you guys an extraordinarily disturbing video coming out of oh god, Jesus. I think Texas here. And here you go. This was put together by ProPublica. It's extremely disturbing. ICE agents assault a boy who is in 10th grade. A 10th grader.
The agent just pulls me in. He just puts me in a chokehold. I couldn't breathe. I told him I was a U.S. citizen, that I was 16. My name is Arnoldo Asan. Me and my dad were abused by federal agents. We were choked, we were kicked.
I was going to school.
We were driving to McDonald's, having a normal morning until a car stopped us.
They started hitting the car 3 times.
They started like trying to break our windows. They pointed the gun at us. I remember that I was just standing in the corner, seeing how my dad was getting like kicked and everything. Honestly, I feel like I was about to pass out. I feel like I was seeing the light. They told me that we were like criminals and stuff. They took my phone with them and they ended up selling it in a machine. I was thinking about what's gonna happen to my dad.
Just real quick, they took and sold his phone on top of almost killing him, on top of almost killing his dad, on top of brutally beating them. They also just sold his phone and pocketed the cash. These people are fucking criminals. Every single ICE agent. And that's why the rallying cry of our organizing efforts needs to be prosecute every single ICE agent. Prosecute every single ICE agent. This is just lawlessness. And when I say, for example, that ICE is essentially the modern incarnation, a federally blessed branch of the Ku Klux Klan, I do mean it. They're doing the shit the Klan wanted to do. You know, there's no rules or laws that seem to apply to ICE. They are just going in, finding anyone who looks non-white enough, brutalizing them, doing whatever the hell they want, even up to and including shooting them in the face. And like there's got to be an end to this. It is intolerable. Intolerable. The comparisons between like the Klan, with the Gestapo, slave catchers, I think like it's all three. All fucking three of them. You need to understand this as a backlash, not just to the civil rights era, but a backlash to the Reconstruction that followed the Civil War. This is their attempt to resurrect the South. Okay? Their attempt to resurrect the goddamn Confederacy. That's what they are doing here. And what Nick Shirley does and what Brett Cooper does is to create a founding mythology for the necessity of ICE intervention, which is, by the way, also what the Ku Klux Klan did. They created an entire mythology for themselves to justify their bigotry and hatred and their cross burnings and their lynchings and their attacks on other people in society. What we're seeing from Nick Shirley is just the modern day version of it. All right?
Supported every day. I just think of him. I want to be just like my dad. He's my role model. Like, I hope God keeps him safe wherever he is. But you got to realize that hardworking people and everything are going in. People that have families. I don't want no one else to go through this. And I want people to open their eyes about what's really going on. I don't think nobody's safe anymore.
ProPublica documented more than 40 incidents in which immigration officers use tactics that can restrict a person's breathing or blood flow. Backward man, living up to your username. I see. I pick ICE over fraudulent activities. I would pick any single immigrant, documented or undocumented, over you. You have no place in a civil society. Like, when you go outside next time, take your fucking Klan hood, you piece of shit. Get the fuck out of my city. Get the fuck out of my country. No room for bigotry here, bitch. Nick Shirley is their D.W. Griffith? In a way, yes. Unironically. Unironically. Now, one thing I want to really use to highlight this is the fact that Donald Trump has been getting more and more candid with his white supremacist views. And what I mean by this is that we've known for a long time that Donald Trump, in particular, is a white supremacist. That he actively despises folks that are non-white. And, like, he's obviously denied this in a number of different ways, but we know from his history that his hotels didn't rent to black people. His apartments didn't rent to black people or Jews. This resulted in a civil rights investigation in, like, the 70s and 80s. We know that his hotels did not, or his casinos rather, did not wish to hire black people. At least the casinos knew that it was against his wishes for them to hire black people. When he would come to the casinos, white staff would hide black staff to, you know, make them not around when he showed up.
These are scary times. Community is so important, RN. Make sure to build relationships with others in the queer community.
True, Omega Star. And thank you for supporting the show. And I need to really emphasize all of this because the mask is now off completely. What I mean by that is, let's just take a quick look here at Michael Knowles. I know, bear with me. I know he's insufferable. But extolling comments that Donald Trump made recently, just earlier today, Michael Knowles defended these. And let's see what he has to say.
President Trump tells the New York Times that the Civil Rights Act violated white people's rights. The former president of Ireland argues that baptism violates babies' rights. A goods off.
God, his weird fucking dancing intro violates my rights.
Welcome back to the show. Leftists in Minneapolis are now doing pagan rituals outside of Renee.
God, no, we're not doing this segment again. We're not doing this segment again. Okay? We're not doing it again.
He even refused to hire underage black people at his resorts for massages. He couldn't even be an equal rights pedo.
No, like, he's just disgusting and odious in a wide variety of ways.
He was a kid. George Bush was Hitler. He was singularly evil, unlike all the other Republicans. Reagan, he was great. I have a strange new respect for Reagan. Then it became George Bush was Hitler. And now they all like George Bush because Trump...
No, we don't.
...is Hitler. And now, finally, you're beginning to see, well, actually, Trump, he wasn't quite as bad as everyone said. Vance is the real threat. So already this is being framed as President Trump is echoing J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is the real evil pulling the strings. Nobody believes any part of Vance is Hitler and Trump is being, when culture is newsworthy to the New York. Why is this newsworthy?
Here we go.
This is race to urging white men who have been discriminated against on the basis of race to file a Civil Rights Act complaint. And this is shocking to the New York Times. This is newsworthy to the New York. Why is this newsworthy? Well, the whole point of the Civil Rights Act is we're gonna stop racial discrimination. So if people are being discriminated against because they're black, they can file a complaint, or if because they're Mexican or Asian or I don't know, or if they're white, right? Why is this so shocking? Well, now they quote Trump. White people were very badly treated, where they did extremely well and they were not invited to go into a university or college, he said, in apparent reference to affirmative action in college admissions. So
white people could still go to college. What are you talking about?
I would say in that way, I think it was unfair in certain cases. He added, I think it was also at that time, it accomplished some very wonderful things, but it also hurt a lot of people that deserved to go to a college or deserved to get a job were unable to get a job. So it was a reverse discrimination. Could anyone disagree with that?
Yes, because hiring black people doesn't mean that white people don't get a job. That's not how that works. Is this more white people rewriting history? No, this is Donald Trump coming out and saying the Civil Rights Act was a mistake and it disempowered white people. That is what he's saying. He is saying that because of the passage of the Civil Rights Act that guaranteed rights for African Americans in this country, because of what Martin Luther King fought and died for, white people have been severely discriminated against. That's the argument. Like, the argument is exactly the same as what the fucking Ku Klux Klan was arguing about civil rights for African Americans. The argument from racists goes that if, black people have rights, that means white people have fewer rights.
No Less wants to push victimhood so badly. Is this a Christian fetish?
I mean, kind of. Kinda. There is a strain in conservative Christian thought that reflects, like, if you disagree with me, that's because you are of the world and I am of the spirit. I am of Christ. You are of the world. If you disagree with me, that is just an affirmation of my beliefs as, a follower of Christ. That's a thought process that gets drilled into you pretty deep when you are in fundamentalist Christianity. And unironically, it leads to kind of this perpetual mindset of victimhood, where any kind of disagreement reinforces their position. It's truly disgusting. And as much as we could spend a bunch of time looking at Michael Knowles here defending Trump explicitly coming out and talking about how, white people and black people having civil rights means that white people actually have fewer rights. It's just rank racism, folks. He's so boring, though. Yeah, we're not going to spend a bunch of time on him. We're actually going to move on. Because, again, I do want to say, I appreciate that at least one person is willing to, his face, question Nick Shirley's narrative and journalistic acumen. And this might not seem connected, but keep in mind, the argument I'm making here is that Nick Shirley is essentially trying to, intentionally or not, trying to build the myth that is justifying ICE's deployment across the United States. And I found this absolutely fascinating. We're also not going to sit through the whole thing of this, but Andrew Callahan of Channel 5 sat down for an hour-long interview with Nick Shirley that I cannot believe that Nick Shirley agreed to do. But he did, and let's just take a quick look at the opening of that interview.
My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. Altogether, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the video. JD Vance, he shared the video. You had the Attorney General, well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking.
Yeah, man, fuck you. Like, I don't think people understand exactly how many people Nick Shirley has contributed to harming through this. All federal funding for childcare got cut off to Minnesota. All federal funding for Medicaid has been cut off to Minnesota. All federal funding, period, has been cut off to Minnesota. Millions of people live here, man. And you're like proudly being like, oh yeah, they look at how many millions of people we have immiserated. Save the kids by, denying them the care they need to live. It is monstrous. Absolutely monstrous.
For businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And
by the way, if you look up those violations, they did correct them. So like, just as an FYI, it's not like they were just sitting in violation of the law. They took actions to correct those violations.
The day that I went...
Hence why it was still operational.
There. I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying. And that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11 o'clock?
It is legal for them to operate between those hours.
In the morning?
Yes.
And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out?
Yeah, man, why can't any wackadoo in the city just walk up and stare at children through the windows, huh? Gee whiz, I can't think of a goddamn reason. Why would you not want random strangers staring at kids? Hey guys, would you like to put your children in a daycare center where like strangers can walk up and just stare through the windows at the kids? No? Oh, that's crazy. You wouldn't want that? Oh man, that's wild.
Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere? These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that one received over $1 million.
Well, and also just keep in mind, the footage showed here is of the place he's talking about right now.
Their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that one That one received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're going to have children there when they're getting all
yes, they filled it with child actors, obviously.
all this heat.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all of the windows blacked out? This is a daycare. Why can't a
Man, why I couldn't figure out a single reason why.
lady just give me a paper to enroll a child? This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe. I'm just trying to think.
Door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because you're supposed to buzz in. You fucking ding dong. Maybe it's because you're supposed to buzz in or call a number. I don't know. Just an idea.
Well, I guess maybe. I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom were like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around it said they have not seen a child there for 8 years. And if you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think.
Yeah. Hey, can anyone think of a reason why starting in 2021 in Minneapolis, why some of the glass might be broken and boards might be put over some of the windows? Can anyone think of a reason or maybe some kind of event that happened around that time? Who can say?
Like if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they moved the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child. And when I go and post my video on X.
Hey, what just remind me, folks, what happened in 2020 that may have caused a lot of folks to, I don't know, cause property damage? I don't know, some kind of protest maybe of, George Floyd. Oh, yeah. You guys nailed it.
A lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I filmed my video, daycare.
Yeah, daycare also doesn't equal school. That's a very good point, Jazz Dog.
Is allegedly open. Then a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed while that guy is outside.
Yeah, I wonder if having the most viewed video of all time, longer than 10 minutes, bringing a bunch of attention to the daycare might have something to do with the fact that it closed. You know, just spitballing, maybe.
Telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna just stop this here because again, it's nice to finally see someone asking very common sense follow-up questions. That genuinely I asked during my, critique of his video. But I seeing him try and respond to these is genuinely mind-boggling. It's like he never even bothered to question his own narrative, and neither did anyone in the conservative orbit. It is bizarre. It is bizarre. And I wanted to link this idea here to to a very simple thing, right? Which is what you have here is baseless, groundless, a baseless, groundless attempt to create this myth that builds on a bunch of pre-existing ideas, like the idea of like the welfare queen, the idea of, you know, oh, these black and brown people are out to try and take advantage of our system. They are incapable of having the same amount of merit as white people, and therefore they need to lie, cheat, and steal to get by, right? Like, it's the same argument that Donald Trump is making. It's the same underlying idea that Donald Trump says when he says, like, oh, civil rights are very unfair to white people. Like, black people having civil rights, unfair to white people. And it's because of this idea that, again, Nick Shirley is building on with his, oh, Somali daycare fraud is rampant video. And despite presenting no evidence whatsoever, conservatives are taking it and running with it. And, you know, someone in the chat compared it to D.W. Griffith. And I think that that is a very apt comparison here. And the reason why I think that Nick Shirley and his work have really taken off here. And keep in mind, again, he's done like glazing PR for the Salvadoran government. He has spent the last 2 years making video after video after video, trying to fearmonger about undocumented immigrants. And this one is the first one that really well and truly took off. And it's because he's no longer framing it as like an immigration issue. He's framing it as this new rebirth of the welfare queen stereotype. And it just builds off of the racism, you know, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, bullshit that the Trump administration has been sowing for months, years now, even. And on top of that, you have the fact that the old guard of racists have a huge PR problem, you know, to put it mildly. Here's the Southern Poverty Law Center talking about how the Ku Klux Klan has to resort to dropping flyers in different cities and towns across the South because they are dying out. You know, there are only like 10 different formal Ku Klux Klan organizations left in the country, and effectively they have to rely on it as a cheap way of instilling fear into the surrounding population. But the issue here is that the racists didn't go away. You know, the reason people abandoned the Ku Klux Klan is because the United States government in like the 1930s did a number of different congressional hearings to talk about the Klan. And specifically, they called a bunch of folks in front of Congress to testify, and that period of time lasted for about 7 months. And that was eventually what resulted in, did I say 1930s? That incorrect timing on my part. 1870s. My bad. In the 1870s. So right after the Civil War. This is during Reconstruction being in full swing. I'm so sorry for getting that date wrong. And as part of the Reconstruction effort, Congress effectively operated as this gigantic PR machine to generate support for anti-Klan action. And this built up over time. And as a result of the Klan being acted upon by the US government, that was the result. That what that resulted in was effectively the Klan fading away, disappearing from the general public imagination for, you know, maybe half a century. You know, it would resurface later in the 20s and through the 30s. But it was effective for a while. But that didn't mean that the racists went away, right? That because the racists were still there. That's what led to the Klan rising again. And what I have to say right now is perhaps a bit uncomfortable to deal with, but the Klan doesn't have to resurrect as the Klan. It can resurrect as any number of different things. So, this specific article from the Southern Poverty Law Center was published last year, March 4th, 2025, and is talking about how it's the last cries of a dying organization, which is true. Because people know what the Ku Klux Klan is. But that doesn't mean that people who would have otherwise joined the Klan aren't still interested in joining other groups like the Klan. Now, I want to direct your attention here towards this investigative piece from a local news channel in Nashville, Tennessee. So, let's take a quick look here at this.
Tonight at 6 News.
This is titled, "This Isn't Your Granddad's KKK."
Channel 5 investigates the neo-Nazis next door, a large hate group that our investigation discovered is expanding its presence right here in Tennessee. Good evening to you. I'm Carrie Sharp. That group, the so-called...
Wait a minute. If ICE is so bad, how come Obama didn't shut it down? Because Obama's a fucking liberal who was totally fine doing a drone war, and he failed in a number of different aspects. Like, oh man. You fucking nailed it. One of his biggest failures right there. Congrats.
Patriot Front is probably best known for plastering our communities with their hate-filled posters and graffiti. Now our investigation has uncovered new videos that reveal the group is also preparing for battle. Chief Investigative Reporter Phil Williams is continuing his Hate Comes to Main Street investigation. Phil.
Yeah, look, Carlitos, this is like coming into a room and being like, oh yeah, I bet you guys all hate that. I bet you guys all hate that guy that's universally hated. And all of us going like, yeah, we don't like that guy. Oh yeah, I bet you feel really owned by that guy you really hate. You're hating him. Not like, dude, we're not liberals. We don't stand Obama. You piece of shit. Yes, I'm a socialist, you ding-dong. You came into a stream run by a socialist, and you're like, I bet you guys love Obama here, don't you? No, fuck you. Learn where you're at, buddy. Learn what lane you're in. Read the goddamn road signs. Like, how are you, like, you're coming in here throwing around the R slur while simultaneously saying the dumbest things anyone has said in chat tonight. Jesus. Goddamn nincompoops over here.
You have been working on this story for more than 3 months.
That's right, and during that time, we gathered never-before-seen...
I just gotta say, like, Obama was a history-making president. And I understand that a lot of people in this country really like Obama and have, like, fond memories of Obama. But, like, some of the greatest failures of Obama's administration were not addressing ICE, not addressing healthcare adequately, not addressing, like, the numerous wars we were in and shouldn't have been in. Like, Obama failed in a number of deeply profound ways. And in doing so, set the stage, rather, for where we are now. And, like, for people to come in here to my channel and be like, ah, yeah, I bet you love Obama. Like, no, I don't. Obama should have been so much better. And he failed all of us. Yeah, not codifying Roe v. Wade, not using the Democratic supermajority in order to, like, get, like, Medicare for all, and instead trying to, like, compromise with conservatives. Like, his dedication to watering down progressive policies and trying to appease Mitch McConnell is literally what brought us here. God. Like, he bailed out the banks, but not the homeowners. For God's sake.
Video that shows what the Patriot Front is really up to. As you're about to see, that includes training men to fight right here in the volunteer state.
Right now they got an enemy. If they get rid of their enemies, they're gonna have to find a new one. This might be you.
Our investigation began last fall as anti-fascist activists protested an annual white supremacist gathering inside the lodge at Montgomery Bell State Park, about 40 miles west of Nashville. It was an investigation that would eventually lead us across the state to this large compound being built by a hate group right here in Tennessee. A compound where members train for battles that sometimes play out on the streets of America.
These are smart, observant, thoughtful Americans who see that our country is going in the wrong direction and has been going in the wrong direction for decades.
Again, the people who are inclined to join the Klan don't have to join the Klan anymore. They got a lot of other options, and they're taking them.
Which may be why Jerry Taylor, the founder of the American Renaissance Conference, insisted that we not take video of any faces while we were inside the conference.
How about the neo-Nazis?
I don't even know a neo-Nazi.
See what I mean? See what I mean? They will deny all of it in the light of day. This man absolutely fucking knows neo-Nazis. He knows guys who goose step. He knows guys who like have shrines to Hitler. He knows guys who throw Hitler salutes. Every single one of these far-right lunatics will deny being a far-right lunatic, will to your face tell you that they are just a simple moderate conservative. They will lie to your face. And what is happening right now, and I guess my premise here that I'm putting forward to you all is that effectively Nick Shirley is creating this foundational myth that the Trump administration is now using to rev ICE up into full gear. Keep in mind, the funding this year for ICE is supposed to be about $100 million for them to run one of the largest recruitment campaigns in U.S. history. And they are doing it specifically targeting white supremacists and neo-Nazis. Specifically the kinds of guys who would have otherwise joined the KKK 100 years ago. And these are the guys they're trying to recruit and send into your cities, giving you the, essentially, the same experience that Minneapolis is undergoing right now. And I cannot emphasize enough that this is effectively a backlash to both civil rights and Reconstruction in general. They want to restore what they view as the natural order of white supremacy. These guys are probably already in ICE. Yep. Probably. This investigation was done last March. Okay, this was already under the Trump administration. These are exactly the kinds of guys they want to recruit. It would not surprise me if all these clowns are in ICE now.
That is absolutely false. Jared Taylor lied to you.
Jeff Tischhauser tracks hate for the Southern Poverty Law Center, and he knows a lot about the men we identified from outside the conference using facial recognition software. Men like Thomas Rousseau.
Nationalism is natural. Patriotism is inevitable.
Rousseau, seen here during a demonstration in Nashville last summer, heads the Patriot Front, one of the largest organized hate groups in the country. Known for their flash mob protests that suddenly spring out of the backs of rental trucks, members wear white gaiters to hide their faces. Their flag-waving marches are designed to present an image that also hides the hate behind their cause.
When you get within their private spaces online, members of Patriot Front worship Hitler, right? They deny the Holocaust. They use a tremendous amount of racial slurs between each other.
They're very clever, though. They wrap themselves in patriotism, Patriot Front.
So that's a way for Patriot Front to appeal to the larger conservative movement.
We are Americans. We are not white Americans because there are no other kind of Americans than those who are white and from Europe.
I mean, like, this is genuinely what ICE is pushing forward, right? Let me pull this up for you guys. Right? Here we go. So this was posted by the Department of Homeland Security. Oh God, fucking compression. You know what? This will do. No, it won't actually. Damn it. I guess we'll pull this up. So this is a recent post on by the Department of Homeland Security. America after 100 million deportations. Which I want to point out to you, 100 million is approximately the number of non-white people that exist within the United States. So when that guy, the leader of the Patriot Front, is saying there are no Americans except white Americans, you know, there's no such thing as a white American, there's just Americans and we all happen to be white. The Department of Homeland Security is explicitly creating recruitment materials to appeal to these guys. Right? This isn't like, oh, some crazy conspiracy thing that I'm putting out there. This is what they are actively doing.
At age 26, Thomas Rousseau is polished in his racism.
Life, liberty, victory!
But leaked videos from inside Patriot Front revealed that beneath that polished veneer
Good take right there. Seed high, let's go.
are old-fashioned neo-Nazis.
These are hardened white supremacists who want to see a white ethno-state created somewhere in the United States.
You are not welcome here!
Outside the American Renaissance Conference, we had also spotted these two men. Our search quickly came back with matches. Robert Benjamin Whitted of Texas and Garrett Joseph Garland of Illinois. Both were among 31 Patriot Front members arrested 3 years ago, accused of plotting to create a riot at an Idaho Pride celebration. Ryan Hunter was one of the prosecutors.
They wanted to basically promote a fight. They wanted to get people to respond, make them angry, make them attack them. And, you know, their history is that they then try to play that they're the victims.
Again, this is a hallmark of conservative Christianity. Perpetual victimhood and this type of neo-Nazi white supremacist ideology goes hand in fucking hand, folks.
Announce. Amen. Share yourselves. Everyone have your hands visible.
This never-before-seen police video shows what happened when Coeur d'Alene, Idaho police intercepted two Patriot Front U-Hauls on their way to that Pride event. In the video, we see the men from that balcony, Robert Whitted and Garrett Garland, as they're being processed by police.
It does detail our peaceful intentions.
While Thomas Rousseau insisted their intentions were peaceful, police discovered what a witness called a small army prepared for war, including being equipped with riot shields. Shields that this leaked video shows Patriot Front prepares for use in battle.
Those shields can be used offensively. And in fact, in riot training, they are. They're intended to push and to move people out of the way or to certain areas. And we actually got testimony on cross-examination that confirmed that, yes, that's how they had been trained to use those.
And when police unmasked the Patriot Front members, they found their caps secured to their heads by chin straps, and the caps were no ordinary headgear. Inside, they found hardened plastic designed to protect their heads in battle. They also discovered tactical radios for communicating over long distances, first aid kits to treat the injured. One even carried a smoke grenade.
You don't come to a boxing match with gloves on and dressed to fight if you don't intend to fight. And that was
Guys, it goes beyond cringe summer adult camp because these people are now being handed guns and sent into my fucking city and shot a lady in the face. Like, it's not like, it is easy to make fun of these guys, but I need y'all to understand, like, the threat that they are now posing is being institutionalized. They're being handed guns, and the president of the United States and the vice president of the United States are trying to tell them they have absolute immunity, and if someone, anyone, talks back to you, you have the right to shoot them in the face. Like, they are incredibly cringe, yes. They are incredibly lame, yes. But the threat now has gone beyond just what they're doing off in the woods, you know, and like fucking each other's sisters, right? Like, it has now gone to they're being empowered with the entire force of the federal government to come and fuck you up. It is, basically everything they have always dreamed of.
The circumstance we face with this group is they were ready to fight. They were prepared to fight. They had trained to fight.
And the group's ops plan indicated the Patriot Front Army would line up on the outskirts of the park and proceed inwards until barriers to approach were met. There they planned to create what they called a confrontational dynamic.
And during the testimony that we were able to elicit from them on cross-examination, they confirmed that people really they didn't consider those to be barriers that they would stop for.
So you're saying if they encountered people at the Pride Fest, they were just going to plow through them?
That was effectively what they said at trial.
Which brings us back to Montgomery Bell State Park and another man we identified from the balcony.
So Ian Michael Elliott is a longtime member of white power groups, including Patriot Front. Within Patriot Front, he's one of their lead recruiters.
Ian Michael Elliott, we discovered, is one of the...
I'm sorry, you're right, Eddie. I mistakenly assumed that they'd fuck each other's sisters instead of their own sisters. You're right. My bad. I apologize.
People behind this 122-acre Patriot Front compound in Tellico Plains, Tennessee, located between Chattanooga and Knoxville. When we flew over in Sky 5, it appeared to be very much still under construction.
It appears that they're using this place to network and strategize. They're inviting, white supremacists from across the country into this compound to network and strategize.
This photo obtained by News Channel 5 Investigates shows Elliott with Rousseau at that East Tennessee compound, hosting another white supremacist group from Texas.
God, can we just take a moment? Like, they all look like Temu versions of Mac from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like, God, it is painful how lame these guys are, and it is painful that they are being empowered by the federal government now.
3, 2, 1, fight!
And this video posted online shows Elliott in a studio adorned with neo-Nazi symbolism, training men for bare-knuckled battle that often leaves these Patriot Front warriors bruised and bloodied.
Patriot Front will claim that they are nonviolent, but they're training in mixed martial arts. They're using their training in mixed martial arts to escalate confrontations and to hurt people.
Which is exactly what happened to a musician who tried to confront the group in Boston in 2022. A federal judge recently awarded the victim $2.7 million in damages, although it's not clear he'll ever collect. Police video shows that when a Patriot Front U-Haul was stopped shortly after that incident, one of the people present was Garrett Garland. He's the one on the right at the American Renaissance Conference back in the fall.
And this isn't your, granddad's KKK. This isn't the old school white supremacists. These guys are smart. I'll give them that little bit of credit, is they're smart in how they approach it.
Ryan Hunter says he believes it's critical that Americans see beyond the images that Patriot Front would like to project, to see that what they represent is neither good nor American.
And it's, incumbent upon all of us that see it for what it is to combat it every chance that we get and tell what really this group is about and what their message is all about. And so that's probably my biggest takeaway from this.
Seed high, let's go.
And in addition to their marches, Patriot Front members have been implicated in defacing murals celebrating the achievements of notable African Americans. But because this is usually done under the cover of darkness, police aren't always able to make arrests. And that's where the public can help. If you see, these people out, vandalizing property, for example, get a tag number and call police. People can do something about that.
And it's true. People could do something about it by calling their local police, perhaps, back in March of last year. But now these folks have been actively drawn into ICE and to the Department of Homeland Security. They're being given badges and guns and being sent out to brutalize people on the street. Nothing makes them happier than beating random passersby, abducting children, breaking their bones, dropping them off in the middle of nowhere. Nothing makes them happier than targeting cars with BLM stickers or being driven by noticeably, non-white people or, queer people. Nothing makes them happier. And we can see just from everything that has happened over the last week here, just in Minneapolis alone, but granted it's happening in a lot of other places around the country, that what they're doing is essentially the wet dream of every one of these white nationalist pieces of shit. And, they're happy to do it. They aren't probably quite sure yet where the bounds of their power is, but they're trying to figure it out. And luckily, we have here now apparently a bunch of different ICE officers have had their information leaked by someone within the Department of Homeland Security. Thousands of them have been unmasked and are named in this this document. I have tried to take a look at it. I haven't been able to get through because it's the connection to that data is busy as hell. Every single time I try and access it, I get a 403. But I want to bring it back to something now, and this might not seem super intuitive here, but the Bulwark put out an article today titled "Young Americans Are Turning Anti-Semitic." A recent survey shows a clear shift towards anti-Jewish sentiment, and it's worst on the far right. And guys, the reason for this, 403 is authorization required. I haven't been able to access it, I guess. I don't know why. But I know that other journalists have been able to access it, so whatever. All that being said, survey data does indeed show that people are becoming more anti-Semitic, but I would argue it's less becoming anti-Semitic and more being turned anti-Semitic. This isn't like a natural shift. There has been a concerted effort in this country, and it goes all the way back to Reconstruction and the backlash against it, all the way back to this "the South will rise again" type of rhetoric. It has been laced throughout a lot of evangelical Christianity. You can go back and you can listen to the Nixon tapes where Nixon is talking about how it's high time that the American Jew learns to be American first and Jewish second, because he was complaining that Jewish people had effectively a dual loyalty because Nixon was anti-Semitic. And in those tapes, you can also hear people like Billy Graham, perhaps one of the most influential evangelical pastors of all time, also talking about how he hated Jewish people. And that came as a real shock when the Nixon tapes came out, because a lot of folks were like, but but Billy Graham has Jewish friends. How could this be? And that's because a lot of Christians going in this country, Christian nationalist types, going back, 100 years, have had these ideas about what if we got all the Jewish people together in like historical Israel and like fulfilled the end times prophecy. What if we purposely brought about the apocalypse? And this then became more of a reality with like the founding of Israel formally by the UN. And then you started to have this idea that, well, Christians, at least in this vein, should work together with Jewish people to, facilitate, the creation of this, Jewish state, gather all of the Jews from all of the world into Israel. And it's effectively, in the mind of a lot of these evangelical Christians, effectively, we need to do this to finish the ritual that will summon Jesus Christ again. And this is not done out of love for Jewish people on the part of these Christians. It is done as like a mechanical action to get a preferred outcome in the end times. It is apocalyptic evangelicalism, like it really is gross. But it is the reason why publicly a lot of these types of Christians will be friends with Jewish people, but behind the scenes disparage Jewish people. It's because that friendship is laced with ulterior motives. Right? Is anyone going to tell them this is witchcraft? Probably not. Not in their circles. I'm from Yorba Linda, Nixon's hometown, and might I say you're doing an excellent job describing just how icky Christian Zionism is? Yeah. I grew up reading, books by Hal Lindsey, the late great Planet Earth. If you guys want an example of kind of where this mentality really gained even more popularity than it had before, there's a lot of just wild shit. Like, it's not a secret. I do want to emphasize this. It's not a secret. Christians in these circles will openly talk about it. They will write entire goddamn books about it. But for whatever reason, a lot of folks outside of that Christian bubble don't understand it or know about it. And we're now kind of dealing with the consequences of that on a long enough time scale, which is that this anti-Semitism has long been, bubbling below the surface. It's not new. But what is new is that a lot of these younger folks who are being brought up in that ideology are feeling more emboldened to say it explicitly. And that could be for any number of reasons. It could be because the Trump administration is in power. They think their Christian nationalist time is at hand. They heard all of the talk about the end of wokeness, so they feel like they can say slurs now and just tell it like it is. And I think also it is that these elements are winning in the conflict within the Republican Party. The myth-making, the white supremacy, etc. I need y'all to understand, white supremacy has never included Jewish people. At least not in America. And so the rise of this anti-Semitism comes hand in hand with the rise in hatred against immigrants, the rise in hatred against Hispanic folks, the rise in hatred against, indigenous folks, Somali folks, every group, every non-white group. And like what you're seeing here can be traced back to the ascendancy of people like Nick Shirley and these other groups, because guess who else is pushing these groups? The richest people on the planet. Who juiced Nick Shirley's video? He was already a somewhat prominent YouTuber. He had like 1.5 million subscribers or something. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, on his own social media platform, juiced Nick Shirley's video and got it those hundreds of millions of views. 500 million views in advertising for this racist foundational narrative. And these same billionaire types are effectively killing independent media that might fact check them. They are using their wealth and their resources to push narratives that are convenient to their own ascendancy and their own consolidation of power. And it's not just Elon Musk, it's also Jeff Bezos. It's also, folks like Peter Thiel. They're all pushing their own narratives with their own social media, with their own, media empires that they are buying or destroying at a whim. And all of this connects. This young man who burned down a synagogue that was burned down by the KKK in 1967, he doesn't come out of nowhere. He comes out of the same hateful stew and sewage that the original KKK came out of. He comes out of that same vein of Christian nationalism, American exceptionalism, and resentment at the civil rights era and Reconstruction. And all of this ties together that this is effectively the resurrection of the same impetus that led to folks becoming slave catchers, the same impetus that led to people joining the KKK, the same impetus for all of it. It is one thing. And what I have to say here is that we need to get fucking organized. Okay? Because these people aren't playing around. They're coming into a city near you to shoot local moms in the face. They're coming into a city near you, maybe your own city, to brutalize anyone who looks like what they believe doesn't belong. And the reason I make this comparison to slave catchers is because slave catchers didn't really operate by any coherent rules. They could question anybody. They could just kidnap you if they thought you were a slave, even if you had documentation that said otherwise. And ICE is throwing people into for-profit, prisons, effectively. And I just want to say we need to get organized. It's not like maybe we will, maybe we won't. We got to do this. Otherwise, we're going down a very dark path. And our opportunities to stop what is happening right now are few and far between. I was saying in the lead up to the 2024 election, this is one of our last off-ramps, guys. And we have an opportunity to limit the amount of damage that is being done to our neighbors, to our friends, to our families, to our loved ones. And we have to take that opportunity. We owe it to everyone around us. So if you're interested in getting organized, we need to use the tools we got. And the tools we have are the Democratic Party and the DSA. and any other local groups you have in addition to that. The reason I push the Democrats and the DSA is because I know basically everyone lives in proximity to be able to get involved with both of those. There are, of course, other groups you could join. The Working Families Party is a great opportunity as well. There are other local groups to get involved with, but we need to start organizing now in a real and sustainable kind of way. And if you need help getting started doing that, we have people in our Discord community that can help you, who have either gone through the process themselves or who are actively involved in it right now. So join our Discord. We can help you. Reach out to GamerG for help organizing with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing and radicalizing your local Dems. We need to do the work of organizing. And 90% of that work is just showing up to goddamn meetings and like getting to know other folks who give a damn in your community. And we all need to start doing that, because it's not enough to just know that this is all happening. It's not enough to just like internalize the horrors of the world. We need to actually act. We need to actually do something. And what is going to move the needle in any given community is going to be a little bit different. So all I can do is really give you a push towards your local organizing apparatuses, and then we can all try and help each other from there. But you got to take the first step, and you got to start showing up at those meetings. Okay, folks? We're going into the midterms. It's going to be one of the last best opportunities for us to actually try and curtail what is happening. We need to take that opportunity. So, all that being said, I hope you will start showing up if you haven't already. Because we need to fight these fuckers. We need to grind their ideological movement into dust. We need to salt their ideology so that nothing can grow there ever again. We need to ensure that this movement to resurrect the KKK in a new and different colored outfit, we need to ensure that it fails. We need to ensure that these sad, lonely, aggrieved baby men stay impotent and out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Okay? We need to ensure that they never rise to any kind of position of power. We need to make sure that ICE is completely and utterly obliterated when we are able to gain power again. And we need to make sure that anyone who served in ICE, from the top to the bottom, stands to account for what they did in a very real legal sense. ICE delenda est, indeed. Like, it cannot be that we have no accountability. Like Congress did in 1871. Guys, we need to have Congress running what ICE has been doing to the American people on a 7-month loop. It needs to be public, needs to have testimony from the folks that have been brutalized and wronged. That needs to be broadcast on every single goddamn television and computer screen. And not only that, there needs to be real accountability for the people who have done this. They cannot be allowed to fade into the background and reintegrate into society with no consequences whatsoever. We've got people who have shot mothers in the face. We've got people who have brutalized children. We've got people who have assaulted schools. We've got people who are going into businesses that are law-abiding and wrecking up the place. We've got people showing up and trying to like blind and massacre folks for the crime of showing up and filming them, which is in America no crime. They are trying to make their own law. They are trying to destroy our cities, our towns, and the federal government is backing them up. Minnesota has been cut off from all federal funds, and that is going to cause suffering to millions of people. And there must be accountability for it, so that nothing like this can ever happen to the people I love again, or the people you love again. And all that being said, I know that I have gone on for a long time. I know the segment has gone really long. But I'm gonna end on one last note that I think I think really kind of sums it all up. All right, here we go.
You bitches!
Right here.
You heard it from me.
White supremacists.
That's right. I hope you can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face. And if you don't like it, fuck you.
I think that really wraps it all up nicely, don't you? So, folks, get involved, get loud, stay loud, get organized, and show up so that we can get these bitches out of here. All that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit that like button. Consider leaving a comment longer than 8 words, because apparently the algorithm really likes that. Consider subscribing if you haven't. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, because you know what's probably going to make a white supremacist really mad? Buying lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and you know what? People love it. I'm wearing it right now, and I think it's doing me some favors. So check it out. Gender euphoric lingerie. Link should be down in the doobly-doo. And with that being said, folks, fuck ICE. And let's keep on going. There we go. Whoo! Keep it up. Hell yeah. Folks, we've been going for about 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. Also, let me turn the alert back on. I turned it off over here because it was happening at a very inconvenient moment. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. I very much appreciate the support. Thank you so goddamn much. And folks, we're getting really close to 600. We're getting closer and closer. If you guys got anything out of that, by the way, please consider financially supporting the stream, because you guys make it possible for me to do what I do, and I appreciate all y'all. This is a long comment because it needs to be for some reason. Yes, but leave the comments though, not in the YouTube live chat, but on the comments of the segments that I upload. If you are a segment viewer, comment on the segments, because that really fucking helps those do better in the algorithm. Yes, 6 federal prosecutors resigned after the DOJ demanded that they investigate Becca Good, because fuck that. Added some screenshots. Wait. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. Thank you. Wait, does each one of these people have, like, their own page? Oh, man. I gotta tell you guys, seeing a few bits here of the information leaked from ICE. They are oh my god, they got like everything. They got like everything. They got like incident reports. They got like oh my god. Yeah, nah, look. Not a single one of these fuckers deserves a moment peace. They got, like, their names and everything. Fuck these clowns. Beautiful. Look. You know, the information's out there now. Not even a pretty face? Yeah, you are. God. I have no idea how they got all this information, but, like, these guys are fucked. Like, they got their pictures. They got everything. Oh my god. Well, that's cool. Giant ice drop? Yeah. They got all that shit. I remember reading it was a whistleblower, not sure though. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a bunch of this information got leaked by some kind of whistleblower. Also, Jazz Dog dropped the banger.
You fucked up. You fucked up.
God, amazing. Fucking amazing. Thank you, Jazz Dog. God, incredible, incredible work being done by every single person resisting ICE. God. You should add it to the soundboard. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Reese Brown, thank you for the $2 super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. Yeah, careful around wording. I agree. Look, it's just some interesting information. Yeah, no Fed posting allowed, folks. Oh my god. Folks, that Nick Shirley segment really took it out of me. I'd been planning I planned to do that yesterday, but we went so long yesterday. I have a huge segment on ICE, actually 2 huge segments on ICE that I would love to do. I think we will have to push that to tomorrow because it is currently 3:30 in the morning here. And I have to wake up to face the horrors in Minneapolis. And by God, I hope they don't kill anybody by the time I wake up or at all. It's been fucking rough here, like every single day. And let me just check something. Tomorrow, I want to get a bit of an earlier start so that I can get through all of the ICE stuff that I have been really meaning to cover. And we'll also do a segment tomorrow about Joel
Best
Webbin.
thing from that info. Where they going put them nowhere to go.
True. True. If you don't know who Joel Webbin is, you will pretty soon. We got a lot to talk about. stand strong with each other, folks. If you haven't yet, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Please consider supporting the show. Thank you, Chris Huggins, for doing so. Thank you, Reese Brand, for doing so. And all that being said, stay strong. Don't give up hope. Keep on going. And we're going to come out the other side of this. We just have to each do our part. So all that said, folks, you all have a good night. Get plenty of sleep, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We'll walk hand in hand. Shall live in peace. We shall live in peace someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. Not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid today. Deep in my heart, I still believe we shall overcome someday. That we shall overcome someday. Good night, everybody.